Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome back to Dwight's Tournament. We're on day 2. Starting out with Meg Hours versus Gem Rob Receivers. This is the first matchup. We got Muse Magician here on the Xenomorph. And we're just going to see what they can do. Oh, my fault. I just realized I didn't switch my HUD scale back. I knew I'd forget something. That was the one thing I was missing. There we go. Okay, sorry. Sorry. Had to take a quick break to fix that. My fault. My fault, guys. But, yeah, we got Muse Magician on the Xenomorph here. Running Corrupt, as we would expect. This is on the Suffocation Pit. So, very, you could say, hourglass shaped map. So Corrupt is very good to make sure that survivors can't split up really early. And the Megs are playing this very interesting. It looks like they're stealthing out Corrupt. They're all hiding. Kind of. Or maybe they just want to cross really carefully. I'm not sure if they're waiting out Corrupt or not. But I do like that they're playing this slow and careful. I do think on this map especially, that's very important. And it's going to dictate how the early game goes. So the Megs are being very patient. They're not getting found. Bodyguard Meg with the best stealth I've seen in my life. Just behind a rock. You will never get found. This is why I love Meg players. They're just the best. See, like, she'll never get found because she just has the Meg intuition. But, yeah, all of them are just hiding. I think they're just waiting out Corrupt. We have like 30 seconds left of Corrupt now. And Magician hasn't found anybody. I wonder if they just didn't see any footsteps. I thought they would by now. And somebody in chat, if somebody here is a big Xenomorph enjoyer, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that the footsteps get picked up, even if they're crouching. I could be wrong about that. Maybe the reason why Magician couldn't find anybody is because they were crouch walking. But I was like 80% sure it still picks it up. Either way, the Megs have stealthed out Corrupt pretty much entirely now. Corrupt is running out right now, and it's been 2 minutes, and Magician hasn't found anybody. Until now. Magician sees some footsteps in the tunnel here, and have the Megs hopped on any gen? Okay, Bodyguard Meg is here on this, like, kind of like top mid gen, and Toaster and Rain are doubling a gen here. Is this... I think that's main side. I think they're doubling a gen top. Yeah, this is by main. And Magician hasn't gotten really anything. I think they saw footsteps a little while ago, but maybe they weren't able to follow it up and find a survivor. They do find the active generator, though. It's very high progress, so I don't know if Magician will really be able to defend this at all. But, I mean, we'll see what they can do. We do see one of their perks, Superior Anatomy there. And I've been waiting to see this perk used in comp. I never see it, and I love this perk. Magician might have gotten this hit anyway. I can't really tell. But it definitely made this hit come in a lot sooner. With that really fast vault speed, 40% faster. It's like more than double that of Bamboozle speed. And they're taking the chase here by the shack. And Magician knocks that out. Knocks that turret, hits that turret just before it knocks them out of power. I believe they have the helmet to help out with that. So good add-on value there. They're able to actually stay in their power and keep this tentacle whip up, which is big problems for Rain, who goes down right now. And they did pop that generator by main building that they were doubling. And they're also popping this generator here. Like, kind of top mid-ish. So 2 generators topside have been completed. And we see Meg here with running Deja Vu. She's the Deja survivor, and I want to see if she looks around. Okay, we still have a 3-gen topside. We have it's kind of like the generic 3-gen. They had like a loose 5-gen top really with those gen setups. It looked like, but they still have like 11 main and 1. If you're not familiar with clock, it's basically just main building and 1 gen on each side of main. But we do have 1 hook on the board right now on Rain, and Magician is coming back potentially to get this tunnel. And that tentacle hit doesn't quite come through. Looks like it was slightly out of range. And Soph with the firecracker. Oh, actually, I do think firecrackers are bugged right now, and they're silent. They don't make any sound when they drop. So that actually kind of screwed Muse Magician over just a little bit. And they are taking the chase here at the Killer Shack. And Soph does take an M1. But they are kind of running to the corner here. They do have God Rock, which is a very safe pallet. But against the Xenomorph, I'm not sure. Muse Magician is going to opt to break it anyway. It does give Soph a lot of distance, but she doesn't really... They don't really make anything else. They're kind of just, I think, trying to die edge map here. And Meg is about to pop another gen. They're resetting Rain at the top, main building. And this is looking very good for the Megs. This is only going to be the second hook on the board right now. And 4 gens have popped. 4 gens have popped for 2 hooks, and all 3 people running around right now are healthy. And the mechs should have a very good gen split. I believe they should have 2 gens top and 1 bottom. That is a pain res. It does interrupt that gen, but it didn't have a whole lot of progress. So yeah, we do see 1 generator near shack by this hook, and I am pretty sure the other 2 are main side. We see 1 by main. Okay, no, I was wrong. There's 2 shack side, but still very good generator split. These survivors can just do that gen next to main, and then pressure either one of these 2 gens on shack side, and there's pretty much nothing Muse Magician can do about it. Xenomorph can teleport with the tunnels, but if the survivors are, using their cobs correctly and calling out where Magician is going, and when they're going to tunnels, they can pre-leave. And even with that mobility that Xenomorph has, it's very difficult for Magician to do anything. And they are doubling this gen. I don't think Magician is leaving this hook. I think they know that they're going to lose a gen. They might just want to confirm that this fresh hook survivor dies. And yeah, we're going to see this last gen pop right now. So that is 5 generators done for the Megs. And we only see 2 hooks on the score, about to be 3. And Meg and Toaster are at this door. I think they're just going to let them die. They can't save before stage 2. And this door is quite far away. So they're just going to take their routes. Yep. That will be 4 stages, 2 fresh. I believe that was 4 stages, 2 fresh. Yeah, Soph died and 1 hook. Yeah. 4 stages, 2 fresh will be the final result. So very good showing by the Megs. They played that really, really slow, really smart. Didn't rush into anything. Didn't give away any tags for free, anything like that. So Megs have put up a really good result here. I really like how they played this. The killer for Meg Hours will just have to get 4 hooks, 3 fresh, or 5 hooks to win the game. So the Megs should feel pretty good about this. We'll be right back after a short break, and we'll have match 2 of the Xenomorph set with the Meg Hours killer. So we'll be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back. We got match number 2 of the Gym Robbers versus Meg Hours first set, the Xenomorph. We got Gym Robber receivers on the Survivor side, and Rain is killing for Meg Hours. Kind of similar, not so similar build from Rain. We do see Corrupt Intervention and Pain Resonance, but there are also a couple other different perks that we'll see come into play pretty soon. I will spoil one of them. One of them is Ruin. They do have Ruin, so Rain will be probably playing pretty aggressively here and trying to interrupt gen progress early. And they do find somebody here by the main building. I believe it was Rethink. Yes, it was Rethink, the Neo player. So we do have the first chase coming into the main building here. Pretty strong structure, but the Xenomorph is just also a very strong anti-loop killer. So Rethink will be taking the first hit onto this pallet here and gets downed very quickly. This tile is just not safe against Xenomorph. They can use their tail and hit over that. So Rain got a very fast down. Oh, attempted Firecracker save. Didn't come through. And this is a main building side. And yeah, okay, Rain actually saved their pain res. I think they know that there isn't much gen progress, so they're saving their pain res. And they do have like a pretty tight 3 gen here. So this is pretty good. And this generator they had started or regressed to 0 with Ruin. We'll see. The only other generator that has progress is like in the cross on the left-hand side, with Mono working that. And Rain gets knocked out because of this turret. Unfortunate. But yeah, Rain does have a 4-gen topside here. They have this top mid-gen inside the tile here. We do have a couple in front of main, and then of course we have the main building generator on the backside. So honestly, Rain is for the win condition especially. I don't want to say this game is over, because of course it just started. But this is a crazy good start for Rain. They got a very fast down. They have a hook in the 4-gen setup. They have Ruin up, and this is just very, very comfortable. This will be 2 stages basically for free, and we're already at the very start of the game. So this is looking very good for the Meg Hours. I don't want to count Gym Mob receivers out. This game just started, so we have seen some pretty nice comebacks in this tournament so far. So don't want to count anybody out just yet, but I will say Rain is off to a very, very good start. And we do see Mono cranking this gen about 80%, and Herm started one by Shaq. It's about 30-40%. So we're only going to see 1 generator pop in exchange for stage 2. I mean, if Rain camps this to death, this generator down here that Herms is working on will pop, so they might pop 2 for a whole death, which I think is a very good trade deal for Rain. And I don't know. You might be wondering why Rain is just sitting here and not trying to pressure them off gens with Ruin. And because Ruin is very good whenever you're leaving hook and pressuring people off, but Rain knows that nothing is better than camping somebody to death with this early of a down inside the gen setup. This is a very, very good thing for Rain. I think they're more than happy to sacrifice a little bit of Ruin value to make sure somebody dies early. That is the ultimate slowdown, getting somebody out of the game. And yeah, don't know if they're going to save this. We don't see anybody coming in. They're just cranking gens. They're just letting Rethink die. I'm actually kind of surprised that they're not 1-for-1ing. Mono is here. Maybe they thought about 1-for-1ing, changed their mind. So that's a death. That is a whole death at 3 gens left. This generator here is high progress, but Ruin will be regressing it whenever Rain here pushes Rainy off. That's weird. Rainy. I didn't even realize that. But ooh, Rain will get knocked out. Not knocked out of the power. They do have the helmet. They will stay in their power. Their tail attack will still be available to use. And Rainy's actually taking this chase here by the shack. Rain is extending pretty far away from the generator setup, but Rain knows that they can. The gens at the top didn't really have any progress because nobody was there while Rain was camping Rethink to death. But we did see Mono start the main building gen. So if I had to guess, it's probably like 30-40% now, maybe more. Yeah, but it's more. It's like almost 60%. Yep. So Mono's cranking away at that, and Rainy goes down here in the comp corner away from the gen setup. So yeah, this is still pretty good for Rain. I mean, Rain did commit very far away from the gen setup, but considering the win condition, I think this is fine. I think Rain is still chilling. And that is, what, hook stage number 4, I believe? Yeah, hook stage number 4. And we do see Herms and Mono getting pretty close, about like 80% and 70% respectively on their gens. But Rain is going to interrupt Herms. And they're going to be taking the chase here at the top, running around the logs. They should take this down the map towards Shack. That's what Herms should be doing. They're trying to use this resource while they can, which makes sense. But when Herms takes this hit, they should definitely go to the Shack side. And it doesn't look like that's what they're doing. Looks like they're staying top, which, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world if you could stay over here and stay alive, but they unfortunately didn't have resources. Maybe they thought they had another pallet there, but unlucky, it happens. And the only person standing left now is Mono. Rain is slugging, going back to the hook, trying to see if they can interrupt a save maybe. And they don't spot them here. Yeah, Rain is going to force stage 2. And what's Mono doing? They're just cranking the gen. Okay, I think they're just trying to get the generator done for, I would say, win condition, but the game is pretty much already lost. I think they just want to get as many gens done as possible before they die. We are sitting at 5 stages now. 2 fresh, if I'm not mistaken. So, yep, Megs have already won this. The win condition has been met. And Mono pops that gen, and wow, we see another Cracker blend. a lot of Firecracker uses this set. I like to see that. But yeah, Rain will be chasing Mono, the last standing survivor. And where did they go exactly? Are they running logs? I think they ran logs. Yeah, this game is all but over. Even if Mono works some magic and gets a good amount of distance here, Rain can just slug, and the game's over. If Herms and Mono split up right now, then Rain will have to commit to one. But I think Rainy is probably dead either way. Rainy is very far away. I don't think somebody's saving them in time. But hey, with a 70-second hook timer, maybe it's possible. No, they're definitely dead. I think Mono knows they can't make it. Yep. Yep, Herms will be dying over here by the top side. And Mono's about 30% on this gen, but yeah, they can't crank another gen up. It's pretty much over. I think they're going to play for hatch play, stealth out for a little bit maybe. Oh, and I'm just being informed. I'm mispronouncing the Funk player's name. Apparently it's Hermes. I'm sorry. Yeah, I should have clarified that before I came here. I assumed it was Herms, but it's Hermes. Oh, sorry, Gen Rob receivers. My bad. I apologize for that. But we do see the last chase coming on to Nancy here, and good sprint burst around the rock, but they can't make anything. They're pretty zoned. Rain realizes the flashbang being dropped, and they look up. So they will not be getting blind. And ooh, Mono takes some great pathing. They faked going into main towards the inside, maybe to go for a window, and then doubled back and came for his unhook, and they actually caught Rain off guard. That allowed Mono to get this unhook, but still, this game's over. They can just... Rain can just pick up and then go for Hermes, or slug and go for Hermes. Doesn't matter all that much. I mean, right now, Mono's just going to let go and hook, so Hermes can maybe get hatch. I think that's what they're going for. Actually, wait, Hermes has Lithe. Wait, no. Oh, Mono's only been hooked once. Never mind. I thought Mono was on second hook. Oh, my bad. Yeah, it's definitely over. They can't... With this rule set, they are not allowed to go for self-on-hooks attempts, so... right now we're at 6 stages, 7 stages. And am I counting this right? Let me spectate the chase, I'm so sorry. All right, 8 stages. Okay, I apologize. We're at 8 stages, but right now this will be a 4K at 1 generator remaining. It is Jover. Rain does take the win for Megs with this nice killer performance. Both sides played this pretty well, but the Megs at the beginning of their Survivor game stealthed out Corrupt really well. They didn't get found early at all. They didn't give away any like free hits or anything like that, and just played it very slow, very careful, and they had some pretty good chases. And Rain did very well here. They got a very early down and a gen setup and made it a 3v1 pretty early on. So really well played by the Megs. Again, both teams played this well, but looks like the Megs and Rain on the killer side here just did get the better of them a little bit. And the first matchup will be, the first set of this matchup will go to the Megs, to Meg Hours. So, yep, this is a fun matchup. So I think it might be the first time I've seen Xenomorph played on Self-Pit. Actually, I think this is pretty fun. I like this. I think this map fits pretty well for a Xeno. But anyways, we're going to be moving on to the next set. So we're gonna go on a really brief break, and we'll be back shortly. So stay right there. We're gonna set up the next match, and we'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are on set number 2 of Mega Hours versus Gem Mob Receivers. This one is going to be Oni. And most of the time, you guys are probably used to seeing Oni on Coal Tower, the original Coal Tower, the normal one, the Comp Tower. But this is Coal Tower 2. A little bit of a different layout. So, not too different, but we do have Shack on the side rather than the bottom side of the map. And some of the fillers spawn a little bit differently. So, not the normal Coal Tower we're used to. And, oh, we do see somebody starting a gen here. It's Hermes over here, and I think we saw Mono as well. Yep, they're both here. One of them will definitely get found. What does Rain see? Okay, Rain spots out Hermes. And gonna vault that. No Bamboozle, though. And this might be the same build we saw Rain run yesterday on Oni. I think it actually is the exact same. Rain is running Ruin. He's running a lot of hex perks. I'll say that. He has Ruin with some other hexes, and he has Pain Res as well. There's no Corrupt, which you might have noticed. Rain did not run Corrupt. And it said, oh, Rain got fat shamed. No, they couldn't walk through the tree. Oh, brother. The collision sometimes on those trees and rocks and stuff is so strange. And very good bounce landing from Rainy. So Hermes got away from that with their Lithe, and now Rainy uses their bounce landing off the hill, and they're avoiding this early hit. And that window blocked after Rainy vaulted it because one of Rain's hex perks is crowd control. Oh, Rainy ran towards where that pallet was, but it's gone. Maybe they didn't know it already got dropped. So Rainy will be giving away the first hit, and that's not the latest first hit. I will say, like, they did delay it for a little while, but Rain is able to get power relatively soon, and they don't have a crazy amount of gen progress. We see 2 different generators at about... Okay, never mind. Okay, we see 1 gen about to pop and 2 at about 30%, 40%. So there is a fair amount of gen progress. I think this game could definitely go either way. This seems pretty fair, but Rain will probably be getting a Pain Res here, assuming they have a Scourge Hook nearby. And then whoever they pressure off the gen will probably see that gen regress because of Ruin. Yep, there it goes. Pain Resonance token number 1. And Rain does see that Shack has a bit of progress and knows somebody's here. And I'm a little surprised Mono didn't pre-stealth this because they know they have power. They got the audio cue. They know that Rain has power. So giving Rain a very easy chase, I guess. Very easily spotted for a chase is very risky with Oni power. I do think they probably should have stealthed that. But yep, Mono will be going down. Shack isn't very safe against Oni in power. I do think maybe they should have stealthed that out a little bit. But Rain is able to come back to hook now. And this is very good for Rain. I mean, they can confirm stage 2 on Rainy with power, and somebody will have to rotate to get Mono when the power runs out. But the survivors are doing really well here. Rethink does get 2 stuns and avoids going down to Rain's power, so that's pretty huge. But Hermes did not come in for the rotation for the unhook in time. They are here now, but they are too late. So unfortunately, that time that Rethink bot with the pallet stuns did not give Hermes the opening they needed to get the sunhook. They were a bit further away. So Rainy actually hit stage 2. That's a death hook survivor at 4 gens. And Shack did have a bit of progress, but it is regressing because of Ruin. So Rain is looking pretty good right now. And this Shack pal's definitely going to get thrown, right? It's not getting thrown. Holy, the balls on that lad. Okay, Rain is actually going to leave this chase and opting instead to chase Rainy, get their tunnel out, which makes a lot of sense. So if this death can come in relatively quickly, that'll be very, very good for Rain. They did have a bit of progress on Killer Shack. It's probably about 40-50% now because of Ruin. Yep, looks like 2 pistons cranking, so about 40%, 50%. And Rain will be chasing Rainy here at the main building. And main is usually pretty strong, but this pal's already pre-thrown. And crowd control is still up, so they can't really abuse the window that much. They can get 1 vault out of it. Rainy paths pretty well there. And actually is not going for the window vault. They're going to use their balance landing. And I do think they get that. No, very close. Rainy got hit through the balance landing. If they had just a little bit more distance, they would have been able to proc balanced and make it somewhere safe. And we did see Mono get reset in the distance. And we do see Hermes pop this generator here. And Shack is about 75% now. So I do think they do have generator progress, but I do think for a death happening right now, they do need more. There's still 3 gens remaining, and I think Ruin's about to do work on this gen. I think Ruin is about to eat this generator up, so I feel like Gem Rob receivers probably need a little bit more. Mono does make Shack Pallet and drop that, so denying power for a bit longer, which is very good. And what's going on here? Mono's taking the chase on the long side of the shack. Pretty smart. Maybe on good ping they can make window, but maybe not because of Bloodlust. Nope, they make it. They make that pretty close. Oh, crowd control. They forgot about crowd control. Really good value from the perk there. Mono will be getting hit. And Hermes is on a gen that's about 30%, and Rethink is on one that's about 60. I don't think both of these will pop. Maybe one will, but not both. And Shack, again, is regressing, so Raid is actually in a quite a good spot. Definitely on pace to 4K here if they keep playing well. They think somebody's in this locker. They're very convinced. Going to check that, but unfortunately for Rain, nobody is there. But Rain is convinced somebody's around here hiding. And I think somebody is around there too. They are in a locker. Rethink is just in the other locker. Oh my god, Rain checked the wrong locker. Holy moly, that Rethink not getting found there is pretty big. I mean, the Rain is still in a good spot, but if they got that pull out of the locker, then that would be like the nail in the coffin for Gem Rob, I think. But they do pop another gen, and Hermes gen is pretty high progress. It's still like 75%. We have 2 high progress generators. Actually, have I been underestimating Gem Rob here? They have 2 gens that are like very close to popping. They're almost at all generators completed. You know, hey, my fault, Gem Rob. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have counted you guys out. They might pop all these gens. And Hermes does get a very good Lithe off and is able to make this main building pallet. And Raid will be able to go around this. Do they win their 50s? They do. And I think Rain will be downing them here. They don't have pallet anymore. But Rain runs out of power. Oh, no, they don't run out of power. They just canceled. That sounded like the out of power sound. I apologize. But Hermes does go down there. And I believe Hermes gen right here is the only other one that had a crap ton of progress. So that one's going to be regressing. We still have Ruin up. And one perk I haven't mentioned yet is Pentimento. Rain is running Ruin, Pentimento, and crowd control. But the survivors just have not cleansed any hexes at all. So they're dealing with Ruin being up. They're dealing with crowd control being up. Maybe because they're scared of Pentimento. Not completely sure. But they have they have Ruin and crowd control up. So Rain should be pretty comfortable in the 3v1 of these perks. Ooh, they are chasing Rethink here. And is Mono going for the unhook? No, Mono's taking the gen. Okay, I like that. I think that's smart. I think you need one person on gens. Pretty much all the time. If they were close to this unhook, maybe go for it. But I do think they realize that Rain will go back to hook eventually, which they are right now. So if Mono rotated for the save and got caught out right here, that'd be very bad. So Mono's just sticking that gen. Okay, but now Rain knows where everybody is. They find Mono here, and there's going to be a lot of blood. So Rain's going to get power. They just had a whole blood bank right there. And he roughly knows where everybody is. We see Rethink and Hermes in main. And Rain sees some scratch marks. He's going to track them down. That's a wire spool, Rain. What'd that do to you? That's not a survivor. Okay, I think he hears them upstairs. Yeah, Rain knows that they're upstairs. Are they both upstairs? Oh, I only hear Fung. I don't know where the other survivor went, but we do see Fung here. And ooh, good attempts at some jukes there, trying to use the barrel as a little obstacle to dodge the hit, but they don't quite make it. Mono's committing to this gen, but they don't. Oh my god! Rain missed it. Rain missed her dash, and Mono finishes a gen. That was game ending if he hit that. I think Rain just got a little too impatient with that swing there, or maybe got auto-aimed onto the wall. I can't tell, but that was also adrenaline onto Mono. That was a huge moment in the end game here. If Rain was able to interrupt that and have Ruin Regressor or potentially get another Pain Res on Mono, that would be massive. But now we have 2 survivors up. And right now they just need to not get found. They need to position well and not get found. Hermes is pretty close here, but they are crouching to be quieter. They might get found here. Rain probably sees their blood. Rain knows somebody is here. And Hermes unfortunately loses their 50, but it doesn't matter because they have lights and they spun Rain out of that swing, and now Rain is out of power. Rain is just a normal M1 killer. Oh my god, Hermes was able to get that off from the Lithe speed boost, and it made Rain miss. They were going so fast that Rain was just whiffed that just by a little bit. And right now, we only have 4 stages on the board. We have 3 on Rainy and 1 on Hermes. Oh, we do see somebody jump into the locker. Is that head on? It wasn't ready yet. They had to wait 3 seconds. And I don't know if Rain is suspicious that somebody else is here. Probably hears Fung in the locker. Yeah, I think, sorry, not Fung. It was Rethink in the locker. Maybe they just got scared of Rain checking the lockers. They did not want to give Rain 2 free fresh hooks. I respect that. They're probably just going to take their outs here. That's not bad for Rain because Rain does find a fresh hook survivor and does get 3 extra hooks out of that. But if they open that locker and Rethink stayed in, then that could potentially be a lot more stages. So Rethink jumping out of that locker and not taking any extra risk, I think, was probably a safe play. And now Rain has power, so they're definitely going to leave. Absolutely, yep. They're definitely going to leave. So in the end, that will be 7 stages, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, 7 stages, 3 fresh. Is the amount of hooks that Rain got. So the Gym Rub Receivers killer will have to get 7 hooks, 4 fresh, or 8 hooks to win the game. If I'm not mistaken, that's what the one condition will be. So very entertaining game. We'll be right back after a short break for round 2 of this Oni matchup. So stay right there. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone. Back to... Oh, there was a DC. Everyone DC'd. Don't know what happened. I don't know if map was wrong or maybe somebody had some connection issues. All right, sorry. Hopefully a quick restart. Be right back. 2 seconds. All right, welcome back, everyone. Looks like there was a bug. We did confirm that the map was set correctly, but I believe it loaded into the wrong map anyway. No fault restart. It seemed to just be a bug with custom games, as usual, doing their thing. But we're back. This time we have Gem Mob receivers on the killer with a Rainy fan killing for them. And the win condition here will either be 8 stages or 7 stages for fresh. So, not an easy win condition, but not a very difficult one by any means. It's definitely in the middle. This could go either way. And I wonder if we're going to see Mega Hours play this Survivor game the way they played Xenomorph, where they play very slow. But it doesn't look like it. We do see Toaster on a gen already. Meg is in a locker, but Rainy doesn't realize, doesn't check. So Meg actually does not get found there. And Rainy's checking around main. They do see scratch marks inside main building. And we see somebody go... Was it upstairs or did they slow vault? I think they slow vaulted this window. Or had quick and quiet. One of the two. Probably slow vault. But... Yep, that will be Rain. So it had to be slow vault. No quick and quiet there. And crowd control blocking that window. We're seeing crowd control again this game. And you might have noticed Rainy broke that breakable wall faster in main. So Rainy does have brutal strength. Going to eat through these pallets and break walls like we're seeing right now a bit quicker. And Rain makes us. They're going to insta-drop it, not taking any risks. And run back towards main building. And we might see Rainy leave them. But no, they did hear a generator progressing, but they're going to commit to Rain. Trying to get this first hit out of them. Oh my gosh! Rainy full sent that lunge. I was not expecting that. Rain probably got jump scared. I did a little bit too. Yeah, Rainy really caught them off guard. That was really well done. But Rainy isn't farming Rain for blood. They're just kind of leaving. If Rain goes off and gets reset really quickly, then Rainy won't get power. Especially because Rainy isn't using Splintered Hole. And the add-ons are a little weird. I do want to take a second to talk about those. Rainy is using double duration. We're not seeing the typical... Usually in comp, you'll see, with Oni at least, you'll see a combination of Lion's Krang, Akuto's Crutch, and Splintered Hole to either give you more blood, make your power last longer, or make you move faster. And they're all purple, but Rainy is actually going with purple duration and green duration. So their power will last a very long time. So that's very interesting. I don't typically see that. Rain does get healed up, but Rainy does get the hit onto Soph, so that now they have power anyways with that second tag. They do spot somebody here near the Stronghold Gym. I think this is Toaster. Yep, this is Toaster. Yep, Toaster gets caught out a little bit, goes down. I think maybe they went to the Stronghold Gym because they wanted the pallet, but it has already been thrown and broken. So unfortunately for Toaster, nothing they could go to as far as pallets. And that was the first pain resonance of the game. So first soak, first pain res. Honestly, a really good start from Rainy. I do think if they have 1 or 2 good power uses here, they can definitely meet this win condition. But also, I do think the Megs can recover from this. This can definitely go either way. Soph is about 40-50% on the Shack generator, and Soph is actually opting to stay injured. And I will say that if you're going to be injured and do a gen and leave a lot of blood around, Shack is probably a good one to do. Because Shack on this map is in the deep pocket, and if Rainy wants to go and get that blood, they'll have to go at least a little bit out of their way. So Soph will be leaving blood there, And Rainy actually chooses to come over here at the shack generator. And where's Soph? Oh my god. Soph urbanly evaded into the basement. And it worked. Holy crap, it worked. And if you didn't know, the Oni cannot see blood orbs when they're in their power. They can see blood orbs laying around, and then whenever they pop their power and enter their blood fury, or whatever their power is technically called, all the blood orbs go away. So Rainy could not see the blood orbs, the blood orb trail going into basement from Soph, and they're actually quieter from crouch walking. So that was really smart from Soph. They actually just completely stealthed out their power by crouching in the basement. And right now, the Megs are doing exactly what they should be doing against Oni power. They stealth. If the Oni doesn't know where anybody is, they can't down anybody with their power, and it'll get completely wasted. So Megs are playing this extremely slow. And uh-oh, Rainy suspects somebody's in basement. Are they going to see the blood? Their power fatigues. Oh, they don't check. They didn't see the back locker. I think Soph went in there early enough, just early enough to not leave blood at the entrance. But Rainy's still suspicious. Are they going to start checking lockers? They hear. Okay, they hear Soph. They were suspicious. They had to know that the person working Killer Shack stealth somewhere. So good game sense by Rainy. They were able to catch that out. It almost worked. Soph's plan almost worked. I really wanted to see that work because it was really funny. But that is the second hook on the board. Sorry, not Meg Hours. Jam Rob Receivers here. Their killer has 2 hooks, and the first gen for Meg Hours has popped. And looks like Rain is going to be chased here. They do have a pretty good filler palette. And a little bit of greed. Perhaps too much greed. They might be getting hit here. No, they narrowly make it. Rain with the perfect amount of greed. They're able to drop that, make distance. And they do have Godrock here. They can definitely play for a little bit and be safe. Good checks by Rain, playing this pretty nice. This is very risky, though, playing the short side. Well, they do drop it now. And Rain is playing this very well, holding those checks very, very tightly, not giving away any distance or an injury here. And Rain is going to be looping around the water tower, but it's probably getting hit here. I don't think they have any resources close enough to avoid this hit. So yeah, they're going to take an injury. And what's the gen progress looking like? We have a gen next to main at like 70%. And then Shack is about 35-40%. And Rainy's actually going to Shack and is going to find 2 survivors because they're resetting. Rainy, unfortunately, eats the Shack wall there. Doesn't get the pallet or hit anybody. Good use of power, though, to break the pallet there. And probably going to continue chasing Soph here. Ooh, good vault by Soph. Rainy actually wasn't quite expecting that. If Soph can juice up for a little while here and last pretty long, they can get good gen progress for this. Rainy thought she would vault that, but Soph didn't. So Soph stays alive a bit longer. Going to be playing Shack, but probably dying here. Yep. And not much you can do after pallet's gone. So Soph does go down. But this is where double duration comes in. Rainy's power lasts so long. And they suspect somebody's here, but nobody's here. Nobody is here on this gen. And, oh my god, they got this hit last second onto Toaster. Rainy's power was going to run out in like literally 2 seconds, but they found Toaster crouching here behind this box. And that down is huge. That is massive. Now Rainy will have 2 downs, 2 people on the map running around a little bit who are injured and dropping blood. And now somebody had to rotate and pick up Soph. So it's 3 hooks now. And I want to see how Rainy plays this, because they kind of do have a gen setup around main building. They have like a pretty, actually kind of have a 4 gen with tying it into Shack. It's like a loose 5 gen kind of. They have main, they have right of main, which would normally be like 1 on Cold Tower 1, and they have top mid, and they also have generator and Shack. So that's like kind of a little bit of a 4 gen, and then we do have another generator near top side on the left. So it's like a loose 4 gen, loose 5 gen, but the Rainy does have a pretty tight 3 gen right around the main. We do see Soph with a finesse vault, but it's not enough. They do get hit there, and Rainy gets power again. And I think if Rainy has good power usage right here and gets a couple downs and makes good use out of this, then this could seal the result that Rainy needs for Gem Rob receivers. I think they lose track of Soph a little bit here. Or maybe they're opting to leave. Nope. They found Soph. I think. I saw somebody's foot sticking out of that wall. Yeah, it was Soph. Maybe Rainy didn't notice, I'm not sure. Maybe they suspected it head-on since it's an LT wall. But yep, Rainy knows if they leave Soph, then they're probably going to Comet and early stealth or a pre-run. So they're just committing to whatever chase they can, which is going to be right here on Soph. And Soph is making a lot of time using this these LT walls. A little bit of a caster curse, sorry Soph, but Soph did pretty good. Bought a lot of time with the LT wall, which is of course not a very safe tile, and they delayed this down for a long time. So Soph bought the Megs a good amount of time there, and waiting out the pain res. Smart. This generator at main is now about 60%, hitting 70 soon, because they are doubling. And Rainy's just coming over here to Shack, trying to get some blood. Doesn't quite have enough for power though, and yeah, this 3-gen right here is very tight. On the right side of main, and then the main building gen, but they should be popping main any second, like right now, if they kept doubling it. But no, they're playing it safe. Off the ledge with Sprint Burst, and the other survivor has balance. Yep, perfect. They could have aggroed that gen and probably popped it, but I don't think they have a reason to. They can play slow and avoid giving the early hits. So actually, the Megs kind of early positioning to avoid giving a free hit there was actually very smart. Toaster is a little bit zoned. They do have this variant tile here that they can run. They make the pallet. They also have the window here, so Brutal Strength does help Rainy zone Toaster a bit, but they still have this resource. They can definitely make it. And unfortunately for Toaster, they lose a 50-50, and they are going to take a hit. And Rainy will have power very, very soon. Okay, committing to the down first. It's actually really big. If Rainy gets blood and slugs, could go back to main, but they're not. They're opting to pick up instead. This is a pretty quick hook, so not the biggest time waster, but they definitely get power off this. And that was actually death on the Toaster. I did not realize Toaster was death hook, so that makes sense. Okay, I actually like that play from Rainy. I take it back. Now they have a death. We're sitting at 5 hooks and 2 gens remaining, but it is now a 3v1. And we're going to see the Megs stealth this power out really hard. I don't think Rainy saw anybody when they popped power. And if that's true, if they pop power without knowing where anybody is, I think that is a massive mistake. A pretty good rule of thumb with Oni, if you're in a competitive game, is to not pop power unless you know where at least somebody is, where some survivors are. Am I on the... Okay, I was on the right filter. I don't know why my game looked a little weird, but we are on the right reshade. Sorry, just had to check. But yeah, this is what happens whenever you pop power as Oni and you don't know where anybody is. You just waste it, the survivors will stealth it, and not only will you not get it down, but in this situation, everybody is healthy. So unless you have like a really big blood bank laying around somewhere, your power will run out, and then there will not be any blood left on the map for you to get it again. And then you're just a normal M1 killer for a long time. So I do think that is a mistake from Rainy. I don't think they should have popped that early. They should have waited to see somebody. And now the power's out, and the survivors will begin attacking these gens. We have Rain at Shack. Definitely going to get found here. They did leave scratch marks. And, okay, Rain did a really good job there. They noticed Rainy go into Shack and then just full sense it away. They knew they have a lot of distance, and they can make it all the way over here to main, it looks like. So, pretty good pre-run by Rain, but it is a little worrying because this is probably near active gens. So we'll have to see. Rainy actually opts to leave. Nope, not leaving. They just doubled back. They just cut Rain off a little bit. So Rain versus Rainy. Who's going to win? Important to note, though, Rain cannot vault this window because it's blocked from crowd control. So Rain can only use this pallet. Really nice M1 mind game by Rainy. They actually flick their camera, do a little red stain mind game, and then just lunge around that pallet and get the hit onto Rain. And Rain gets away, though. Rainy does whiff another lunge, and Rain makes it to that pretty good window. And okay, Rain loses a 50-50, so they are going to go down. But I think Rainy has a slug here. Maybe they can pick up. If this is pain res, this makes sense. Yeah. Has Rain been hooked before? Rain has not been hooked before. If this is pain res, it's very good. And that was pain res. And I got the gen bug. Look at Oni's face. He has a pretty messed up face. But okay, that was a pain res, and that does interrupt Soph here. So it's minus 20% on this gen. And I actually like that play. I did not think that was pain res. For some reason, I thought Rain had been hooked before. but they have not. So that was a paid res. That does interrupt this generator progress a little bit. And Rainy has power. They have power ready to go. As soon as they spot somebody, they can just pop it and get it down, and then it'll just be one person left. So right now, the Megs have to be really, really careful about their positioning, because as of this moment, they've given up 6 hook stages. They've given up 6 hooks. So it's looking like they're just in a really tough spot. They have to pop these gens and then basically get everybody out without giving up another hook stage to win. They can let Rain hit stage 2 and get all the gens done and leave, and it'll be a tie, but they'd have to save Rain. If Rain hits second stage here, then they cannot give away any more hook stages. So this is very difficult for Megs. They're going to have to pull some magic here to do this. So that generator does pop. They have popped all 5 gens now, but the 7th hook stage is about to come in onto Rain. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that's 7. Yep, that's 7 hook stages, 3 fresh. So this is right now a tie. This is tie condition met right now. And Rainy knows this. And I didn't think about it, but Rainy has double duration. So even with a 70-second hook timer, they can full camp Rain to death. And there's not a single thing the Mex can do about it. And then this will give Rainy 8 stages. And take the win if they stay here. So, you know, Rainy's chilling. Rainy's in a great spot. They physically, mathematically cannot save this. They will go down, and he actually spots, Rainy spots Meg there inside of main. And they just cannot save this. With double duration, Rainy can just camp this out until Rain is full dead, and there's nothing they can do. The Megs have to try and save if they want to win this, but it's just impossible. And Rain, I think, missed a skill check there, so they're going to die even faster. The Megs should definitely just leave and take whatever result they can. And I think that's what they're doing. Yep. Very close game. This was such a close matchup. This means it will go into tiebreaker because the Meg Hours did win the Xenomorph set, but Gem Rubber Sleepers will take the Oni set. So this will go into tiebreaker. This will go into tiebreaker. If I'm not mistaken, the tiebreaker will be Singularity. So we're going to take a really short break. We'll be right back. Quick intermission, and we'll be back with some Singularity games. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back. We are here on the tiebreaker for the Mega Hours versus Gemmark receivers, and this time we have the Singularity on Groaning Storehouse 2. So, not the normal Dead Dog Saloon matchup you'd see. We do see Groaning too, and it is okay. It is a little weird. I will spoil something a little early right now. Rethink has Ruin and Pop together, and I think that used to be a good combo, but I don't know. I feel like if I were Rethink, if I'm running Ruin, I'd run it with Penti. So Ruin Pop is interesting. Maybe it'll work out. Maybe they've practiced with this and they have a vision that I just don't know yet. But we'll see how much value this build gets. And we do see the Megs over here. We got Meg crouching and stealthing behind a rock. Soph is walking, also making sure not to be seen. Toaster's running. He doesn't. Toaster doesn't care. And Rain is looking to maybe get this EMP. Yep, Rain will be getting this EMP out of the box. And they've all done a good job about not getting found. The Megs have been playing their early games very, very calculated, very safe. Not rushing into anything. If Meg wants to work this gen, this will be a little dangerous, though, because there are 2 biopods here. And I think no matter which side she works the gen on, she'll get gooped. So I'm kind of surprised Meg isn't here with an EMP. But we do see the first chase coming in onto Soph. I did miss... I don't know how Soph got found. I don't know if they were stealthing or just kind of ran into them, but Soph will be taking the first injury here of the game. They are running Shack, and Soph is not slipstreamed yet. They are now, so now they'll have to be very careful about how they play this. They do make this vault. They have Lithe, and I'm assuming Rain EMP'd for them. We saw Rain get an EMP at the beginning of the game to help their teammates out. And Soph is playing Shack Pout here. They are going to get slipstreamed. And that pallet will get dropped. And Rethink is going up on this hill. So this is very good pathing by Rethink. They're taking the path up the hill to cut off Soph. And Soph goes down relatively early. And Rethink does not have pain res. I'll say that right now. Rethink does not have pain res. So this build does weird me out a little bit. I am very surprised to not see pain resonance on Singularity. But we do have Hex Ruin up, so maybe they can go around and interrupt some gens, get some progress. And I don't think they have a whole lot of gen progress right now. Rain... Wait, what? I don't have audio. Okay, that was weird. My audio cut out for a second. I don't know. Rain is working main building. Just started it a little bit ago. And I don't know. I don't think there's any other high progress gen right now. But Rethink will be taking the chase onto Meg here. She takes that hit and is going to run towards Shack. Rethink can't quite find her. Okay, Rethink goops Meg, and we'll be able to teleport from pretty far away now. They definitely get that. That's in range. Yep. And they do get the 3% haste now with new Singularity, so catch up a little bit quicker. Very good balance landing from Meg, though. She does get a good amount of distance, and Toaster is nearby. I'm assuming EMPing. Does Toaster have an EMP? I don't think they got it off. Maybe they were just there for hit sync. I can't tell, but Toaster will be chased at Shack here, and they actually don't have distance. They're going to go down. They will force Locker to prevent Rethink from being able to slug this. But also, this is a basement hook if Rethink wants. I don't believe Rethink has a generator set up near Shack, so they're not going to go basement, which actually makes sense. I don't really think you should hook there if you don't have a reason to camp that area. But we do see a generator pop in the distance, and Soph is now working main. A little bit over halfway, about to hit 60%. And yeah, I mean, so far Megs have popped 1 gen. We got 2 hooks on the board, and this is a pretty good start for Rethink. It doesn't really seem like the Megs have a whole lot of pressure. Again, main does have a bit of progress, and now Meg is on a gen about 30%. But we do have to send Rain here to rotate and get the Sun Hook. And is that second win on the Toaster? That is second win on Toaster, so they will be healthy. They don't have to waste any time resetting Toaster. And Soph will be getting chased again. Soph has been hooked before, so Soph is a potential tunnel out target here. Does insta-vault that with Quick and Quiet. Was that Quick and Quiet value? Soph, do you get away with that? Oh my god, Quick and Quiet is the best perk in the game. Soph used Quick and Quiet beautifully there. That pallet is very unsafe. And I would say 50-50, but it's more like an 80-20 in favor of the killer. But Soph was able to actually make it work with Quick and Quiet. They didn't expect it. And I think it's so fun to drop that pallet before Rethink was able to lunge into it with Overclock, but unfortunately didn't get it in time. However, Soph did slow Rethink down because Rethink broke the pallet. So Soph did get a little bit of distance from that. And we do see another gen in the distance pop. And Rethink is struggling a little bit with this chase. They're not quite able to down Soph. They might have lost track of them. Soph was still there, but now she just took her distance and left. I'm pretty sure Rethink just lost track. You do see some blood there. Maybe they're just deciding to leave now to check on gens, but that chase from Soph was huge. They got that quick and quiet off, and they were able to avoid getting downed there. And Megs are looking pretty good right now. Rethink kind of lost. Rethink had a lot of pressure, but they kind of lost it. Not getting that down into Soph and then losing another gen. But kind of puts the Megs back in this. So that's a pretty good recovery. We're probably going to see Soph get reset in the distance pretty soon. And I think this is Toaster. Who's getting chased here? Is this Dwight? No, this is Rain. So you see Neo player Rain get chased here. Rain does have an EMP in hand. So they do get rid of their slipstream just now. So Rethink isn't able to use Singularity's anti-loop on Rain just yet. But Rain does get hit there. Good pathing from Rethink, read Rain pretty well, and they are going to get the M1. And now they're going to be slipstreamed. So Rain will have to be pretty careful. I'm assuming Rethink is going for a teleport here. They had a little bit of a window there, but missed it. But now they hit it. Okay, so right here, Rain should be dead because they can just vault this really fast. Yep. Singularity is so strong at these kinds of windows for this reason, and Rain goes down. We do have Shack at about halfway, and another generator over here about 80%. Is that 3 different gens? I think they're on 3 different gens. Yep. 2 gens are very high progress, about 70, 80%, and Soph is like 90%. So Rethink can only interrupt one of these. With some basic quick maths, 2 of them should pop if they just stick the gens for a little bit. They don't have to unhook Rain anytime soon. They have 70 seconds to sit on that hook. Rethink is going to put down Pop Goes Weasel on that. That will regress that gen quite a lot, but Meg is probably going to pop Shack anyway. Rethink is interrupting this. Is Meg going to commit? No, she's not. I think Meg should have either full committed that and taken the down for it, or pre-left. I would have pre-left, but she kind of gave it a tag for it. I do think Meg should have left a little bit earlier, but does have bounce landing, so it doesn't really matter that much. Maybe that was intentional. Maybe she wanted to bait Rethink into chasing her because she knew she could make bounce landing and get away. And then we saw, I think, Soph come in and finish it for her. So maybe that was part of the plan. They could have just planned to have somebody rotate in and finish that for her. But Meg will be going down. It is important to note, Meg is a fresh hook, and Rethink has no ed. So if Rethink hooks near this no ed totem, then it's pretty much impossible to save Meg. The no ed is a little bit back there behind main. I don't really think it's close enough to camp both the totem and the hook, so they might try and save this. I actually think we see somebody cleansing the totem right now. Nope, Rain is nearby, I think, waiting to sneak in for it. Soph has this door ready. They're going to pre-open. This totem is right next to Rain, I'm pretty sure. Are they not going to save? Or is Rain not where I think they are? Pretty sure it was behind main. I think they look a little indecisive right now. Maybe they're just talking about what they're going to do. They might just take their routes. I think they're leaving. Maybe they're worried about this going south with Noed, and they're just taking their routes. Yeah, they're just going to leave. I mean, that's fair. I think they could save that, but one mistake with Noed could spell problems, and they don't want to take any risks. That's fine. That should be 6 hooks, 4 fresh, if I'm not mistaken. That'll be 3 hooks onto Meg for dying, and then 1 hook on everybody else. So I believe that's 6 hooks, 4 fresh. We have a hook on everybody, and 6 hooks in total. So, I mean, pretty fair result. Groaning Storehouse 2 is a pretty good map if the survivors play well. So, not a bad result by any means by Rethink, but we'll be back in just a quick second. We're going to have a short break, and then we will have the Meg Hours Killer play Singularity for the Megs, and Gym Rob Receivers will be up on the Survivor team. So we'll take a short break, and we'll be right back with that second round. All right, welcome back, everyone. Oh my God, P100 Singularity Sweat. All right, Sharpie. Got P100 Singularity here. Sharpie will be killing for Megs. So Sharpie's win condition here will either be 7 hook stages, or actually, yeah, just 7 hook stages. Gym Rob Receiver's killer actually got 4 fresh hooks. So 6 stages, 4 fresh would actually be a tie. So Sharpie will have to get 7 stages or more to take this home for the Megs. Sharpie actually does find somebody very early here. I think that was Rainy, the Claudette. Yep. And Sharpie, okay, Sharpie is obviously experienced with Singularity. They are P100, and they know... I don't know how often we saw it last game, but it was really obvious right now. Sharpie, I believe, used the auto-aim feature onto Rainy. If you don't know, you can hold down the button to control your cameras. Instead of pressing it, you can like hold it down, and if there's somebody in range of your camera or like visible, it'll auto lock onto them, and they got the very early slipstream tag onto Rainy because of that. I'm pretty sure. So Sharpie, very mechanically good on Singularity. They got their first down very, very fast. If you want to meet win condition, this is the kind of start that you want. And I do want to talk builds for a little bit. So for most of the match, Sharpie of course has Corrupt, and then we also have Pain Resonance and Eruption. So Eruption is very good for kicking gens and leaving, and if you get it down, it'll regress it a bit more. And especially in a 3v1 scenario, if Sharpie gets a tunnel out pretty early, they can hold gens a lot easier with a perk like Eruption. And right now, there isn't a lot of generator progress. We saw Mono there, about 30% on Shaq, and I think for a second we saw Hermes, about like 20% on a gen, but they left. So there is very little gen progress for Gym Rob Receivers. And I want to check, did Sharpie use a Pain Resonance token? Okay, they did. Sharpie did use a Pain Resonance. I was wondering if they saved it or not, but maybe this was the only hook they could take. But still, very good start for Sharpie. With how early this down came in, I think Sharpie can camp this at least to stage 2. And I think Sharpie knows that as well. They're going to set down some biopods on this gen to defend it a little bit easier, but they're not going to stray too far from this hook. I like that. I think Sharpie is playing this how they need to. And they're just checking this side over here. They know somebody's in main because they EMP'd that biopod. And I think at this point, Sharpie is just trying to make sure nobody sneaks in for a free unhook. And if Sharpie doesn't give it to them for free, that's really good. If this Survivor hits stage 2, it's even better, and I think that's happening. Sharpie, you're giving me anxiety, man. You're going away from the hook. Sharpie, please, if they pull, I'm going to cry. Okay, this is good for Sharpie. Never mind, we're fine. Sharpie did give a little bit of an opening there. If somebody was on the other side of main, they could have ran in there and gotten a save before Rainy hit stage 2, but that didn't happen. Maybe Sharpie had more information than I did on where everybody was, and Rainy definitely hit stage 2 there. So what are the Gym Rob Receivers doing? We have Mono coming in. I think Mono's going to rotate and do a 1-for-1. And oh, Rethink actually gets tagged here. I stopped spectating Sharpie for a second. That's actually a very big tag. Rethink gets tagged in the middle of the map, and Sharpie is catching this unhook on the camera, but will they be able to get the slipstream? Oh no, Mono got away, went behind the tree right before they could get the goop onto them. It doesn't matter too much though, because they make this pallet before the teleport happens, and Mono is very smart. They give Rainy Fan a good for the people play to keep them alive a little bit longer, but Rainy also doesn't have a whole lot to work with here. A little bit of an early swing from Sharpie, so Rainy gets distance, but Sharpie is going to teleport here, use the 3% haste from Overclock, and a very convincing fake from Rainy will keep them alive a little bit longer. Oh, unfortunately for Rainy though, they took some unique pathing, tried to throw off Sharpie a little bit, but ended up inadvertently running into Sharpie. So that's actually a death onto Rainy Fan at 4 gens. And I think we did see Eruption trigger on a generator in the distance. Hermes is about to pop a gen, so it's pretty much a death at 3 gens. Yep, Hermes will definitely pop this. So we do have a death at 3 gens now, but one of them is slipstreamed and 2 of them are injured. So I mean, right now, Sharpie has already met half of the tie-con. They've already got half the stages they need to tie. I mean, that's kind of ignoring fresh hooks. That's technically not true, but total hook-wise, it's half. So really, really good start for Sharpie. They actually, I think, are definitely on pace to 4K here because they got a tunnel out so early into the game. They caught Rainy out a little bit and confirmed the second stage, and I think Sharpie played their early game very, very well. And they are not going to slipstream the Survivor here at Shaq. It's going to end up to be our Neo player, Rethink, and we do have an audio bug. Don't know why that's happening. Can I spectate the killer? Okay, I'll just spectate the killer. We did have a little bit of an audio bug. Sorry about that. Rethink will be dropping Shaq pallet, playing it safe, making some distance. I like that. And kind of getting in the way of the camera. Oh, they realize that they're in sight of the biopod, and they get out of the way just in time. Oh, but they went for a double vault play. I saw what Rethink was trying to do there. They wanted to vault to force Sharpie's model to be on the other side, and then vault back into Shack, but unfortunately it didn't work. The little, if you're familiar with Singularity, the little chain vault mechanic that determines their location, kind of screwed Rethink over a little bit there. I think they misjudged that. And that'll be the 4th hook coming in. So, I mean, just because of the fresh hook requirement, Sharpie, sorry, Sharpie will need, I believe, 3 more hooks to win. We have 4 hooks on the board right now. 3 more will confirm a win for Mega Hours. Sharpie could take it with 3 more hooks. And we do see the chase on the Hermes coming in. A very nice finesse vault into a Lithe. Hermes does make this very good window in the main building, and not able to vault that without getting tagged. So Hermes will take the injury and going backside of main. And Sharpie has some cameras around here. I don't know if Hermes was aware of that, and they get an unfortunate medium vault. So very, very good chase from Sharpie. They're able to down Hermes very quick, despite this really strong main building, because they were able to catch him out with a slipstream teleport, and they also had a good biopod setup around main. So that just shows how well Singularity's power can negate strong setups. These cameras around the backside of main made it so Sharpie could get a very fast down on Hermes. And now, not only is Hermes downed and there is like very little generator progress, Hermes is also downed in the gen setup. They're hooked behind main, and there's a 3-gen all around the hook. So I don't want to count anybody. I hate going for predictions here, but I just don't. I don't think the Gem receivers will be getting outs here. If they do, it'll be still very high stages for Sharpie, because this is just such a good position for Sharpie. They're very comfortable right here. At least they should be, because they have a hook in a 3-gen, in a 3v1, and they also still have Eruption left. And it's late enough into the game where I can talk about it. Sharpie also has no ed. So even if Sharpie ends up making a lot of mistakes in chase and Gem receivers serve up the juice and do really well, Sharpie has no ed. So they can find somebody. That doesn't even have to be a fresh hook at this point. They can just find somebody worth 2 stages and it'll be a win. And right now this is hook stage number 6. So really, Sharpie only needs 2 more to win. If they hook a mono right now, that'll meet tie condition for the 4th fresh hook. But yep, we're at 6 stages right now. So for Gem receivers to win this, they'd have to do these last 2 gens, unhook Hermes before they hit stage 2, and get everybody out without giving away another hook stage. So, or they can give up 1 more, but it can't be on a fresh. So it's looking very difficult. Looking very difficult. I think Mega Hours are going to take this home, but we'll see what the Gem receivers can do. Even if they lose the set, they can still play for a decent result here. Despite the rough start, they can still try and bring it back. That being said, Rethink is taking the chase here by the Killer Shack and trying to waste a bit of time. Sharpie now is all the way across the map from their generator setup. So Rethink can buy a lot of time here if they can stay alive for a bit and give Mono time to rotate for that pool, and maybe give them time to get a reset off, or maybe try to double a gen. And that'll be Eruption on that generator on the side there. And Rethink is going to get picked up and hooked here, and this will be win condition for Mega Hours, if I'm not mistaken. Let's look at the hooks here. That will be 7 hooks. Yep, that'll be 7 hooks total. So there we go. That is the match result determined. Mega Hours have already won this match as of now, but we'll see what the Gem receivers can do. See if they can salvage this, maybe pop 1 more gen. If they can play really well, they might even pop both of the gens if they're on point with their chase and their positioning. But I'm predicting a 4K1 or a 4K2 here. And Sharpie's checking their gens, trying to find somebody out, and they do catch scratch marks over here. Not quite sure exactly. Oh, it's the injured survivor. Okay, this is Hermes. So this will be a pretty fast chase for Sharpie. Hermes does get slipstreamed there. And Sharpie doesn't really need to teleport because they're so close. Oh, they do teleport anyways. Don't think Sharpie caught Hermes dropping the firecracker, though, and getting a little lost and lunging around. I think maybe they were going off of audio there, and they misjudged Hermes' distance. But Hermes does drop the eye filler. Sharpie is able to break it quickly, however, because of of overclock. And this is what I'm talking about. Sharpie knows their singularity. I don't know if anybody watching noticed that, but they waited for Hermes to walk a couple steps to the side after vaulting that before Sharpie teleported, so they don't teleport on the wrong side of the window. But Hermes did pull off a very convincing window fake and actually made a little bit more safety outside of main, but they eventually go down here. But yeah, Sharpie is doing very well with singularity. You can tell that they understand the chain ball mechanic for the teleports, and they're timing their teleports very well. And yeah, Sharpie is doing great here. This looks like it'll probably be a tag. Yeah, this is definitely a tag onto Rethink. Yep, that'll be an injury. And Rethink is also slipstreamed. They are slipstreamed, so they'll have a hard time staying alive here for a while. But, you know, even if they die, they're dying in a good spot. They're dying in this pocket all the way away from that 3-gen setup. And they go down here. Let's see. Hermes does get rid of their slipstream there. And Mono is actually on a generator here. It's about 70%. Rethink is dead, but I think they're going to try and double this to just confirm the 4K 1 result. Oh, and that camera comes back on. Oh, no. I don't think they'll be able to finish. That camera came back on right whenever they wanted to commit for a double. So I'm not sure if the Gem Warp receivers will be able to do this. And Sharpie does come back, kick this. The ANSI 3-gen mechanic has kicked in. I'm not sure how long those spikes have been up, so I think tops, Sharpie has 2 or 3 regression events left on this, maybe even less. But they do take the tag on a Nancy there. And I don't think, if Sharpie plays this right, I don't think they're popping this last gen. Hermes might be on that gen right now, but they're not. Sharpie checked anyway, just to be safe. Hermes is actually going to instead get an EMP, so they can't get teleported on. And Mono will be dying here pretty soon. That'll be a very fast vault with overclock, and I think they're probably going to force locker. No, I think they thought they would make that vault. If they could make that vault, that'd be really big, but no forcing locker. And Hermes is actually starting another gun. And I don't really know why they're working this. This is definitely a death on to Hermes. Or, sorry, not death on to Hermes. A hook on to Mono. And there isn't really anything they could do. If I were Hermes, I would just try and hide. Maybe go for a hatch play. But Sharpie will actually find them here. I do think they should have definitely stealthed there. I mean, it's definitely hard to even do anything. Even if Hermes did stealth, Singularity can play exit gates with biopods and deny exit gate plays, and it would basically just be up to Hermes to get Shack, or to get hatch at Shack. But yeah, I don't think there's anything they can do. A very good window fake by Hermes, able to win that one, and almost made that window vault. That was a very good fast vault. They almost made it, but not quite. And it looks like that will lock in the result. There is no deliverance or anything like that allowed in Singularity sets, so there's no way anybody's getting hooked. I think Hermes is dead on hook anyway. Yep, Hermes is dead. So that'll be it. Final result is a 4K at 2 generators remaining, and that's a very dominant showing by Sharpie on the Singularity. Very, very good result. So Meg Hours will take this matchup. Meg Hours will advance, and they did go into tiebreaker, but Meg Hours does win 2-1. So very good. This is actually, I think the Oni match, the Oni set was probably one of the most fun matches I've casted this whole tourney so far. These teams were head-to-head in that matchup, and that set and this whole matchup was really fun. But I do want to take a quick moment and say that the next match will be coming up pretty soon in about, hopefully the next 10 minutes. It'll be Rotting Pear versus Vertigo. So stay tuned for that. However, if you guys are enjoying the stream and want to keep up, I am going to do a little shameless plug. There is my Discord. And I am also going to link the tournament with this command. So if you really like Dwight's Tournament and you want to keep up with any updates, you can click the link in the Discord there and keep up with any future updates. So yeah, again, Rotting Pear versus Vertigo here in a few minutes. I am going to run ads, so you guys get ads in the intermission instead of during the game. And then we'll be back for Rotting Pear versus Vertigo. So stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're here with the next matchup. We got Vertigo versus Rotting Pear, and we're watching some clown gameplay. We have Vertigo killing first with cheesy casserole. I was about to say cheesy clown. A cheesy casserole on the clown for Team Vertigo, with Rotting Pear on the survivor side. And I actually have a guest with me. Hey, right now we have Smokey, and Smokey might enjoy a little bit of clown himself. What do you think about this game?
Hello. As a clown player, I mean, I love to see people like experiment with the bottles, get like cool hits with the haste, and we've seen Vertigo put up some good results yesterday, and Rotting Pear also won their matchup. So I'm excited to see how this goes.
Damn straight. And we are seeing two generators being worked. And I actually agree with you, Smokey. I like seeing the yellow bottles used. I am a piss bottle enjoyer. I do like people using those because I do think combining those with purple can actually be pretty strong. I think most people who play clown kind of just think you should, for the most part, only use purple bottles. I definitely do think they're stronger, but I think a combination of both in the right times is definitely insane. It can definitely be very good. But we do have the first chase coming in onto Brownie here. He does leave the pier and try to make Shack, but would that second bottle not hit? I don't think it did, but either way, he's going to go down. Brownie does die inside Shack pallet. Cheesy Casserole might be worried about a pallet save. Does a quick check, and nobody's there. So Casserole does have basement here, but they're opting to not hook basement and go over here instead. They do have agitation, so they can carry to this hook quicker. Most likely pain res. And yep, there's the first hook of the game onto Brownie and the first pain resonance. And it looks like that pain res hit main building, which is Ender. Ender's gen. So about one gen, about 30%. And we do have another gen, sounds about 30% as well, near the pier here. And Ryuk does play pretty well, drops his pallet. And we do have Brutal Strength on Clown. Do you think Brutal on Clown is a good choice for zoning and whatnot, Smokey? Because our killer is running Brutal. Oops, I clicked off by accident. They are running Brutal. So what do you think about that pick? Do you think that makes Clown a lot more lethal in chase?
I think Brutal is an amazing pick, and I think for very strong tiles, like main building and pier can be strong. I think being able to just like zone people away from them with Brutal and the pink bottles and just getting the force hits is...
Yep, and I will say whenever I'm playing pubs, I roll my eyes when I'm hit by a purple bottle clown and then they break the pallet with Brutal, because it just feels like I can't do anything. But hey, in comp, it's actually... Hey, I know I don't judge people using that in comp because it's very good for zoning, very good for confirming hits and denying survivors resources entirely. But we do see the second hook onto Brownie come in. That's hook stage number 2, as we see the first generator pop at main building. And Casserole actually has a very good hook positioning here, because they just put down 2 kicks to regress both those gens 5%, and now they're continuing to regress with Brownie hooked right next to them. So that's a very good hook positioning for Casserole. And we do see, I think it was Ender, not Ender, sorry, Ryuk working a generator. Elsewhere, it has a good amount of progress, and I think these survivors are trying to squeeze in and unhook here without making it 1-for-1 or giving away extra tags. I think Ender is like ratting it out over here, trying to sneak in, and he does have the comp and Nancy fit, is blending into the grass a little bit, and I think if he makes this and doesn't get forced into a 1-for-1, I think it's very good for Rotting Pear. Does Casserole spot anybody? Okay, Casserole spots Scrimmy. This is actually very good bait. If Ender goes in right now, that's perfect. Ender does. Okay, great. I think this is a very good unhook. Ender for the people. Awesome. What do you think about for the people here? I think that's very good for protecting this tunnel.
Just for the people, alleviates a lot of the pressure that Cheesy had on the survivors with this gen position, and it looks like Cheesy isn't even chasing Brownie off the hook, and Cheesy got a little bit lost. This is looking like a lot better position.
Yep, you are 100% correct. Now they're chasing Scrimmy, who has not been hooked at all. And yeah, I mean, Ender squeezing in there. A little unfortunate whiff by Cheesy Casserole, but Ender squeezing in there was so important because not only were they able to avoid the 1-for-1, but that for the people was possible because Scrimmy had like the perfect bait and made Cheesy think that they were going in for the pull, and then Ender had enough time to unhook and for the people. So now Brownie is off in his own world. He's able to work a generator over here, very far away from all the action on the map. And if Brownie stays hidden, and if Brownie doesn't get into any untimely chase then it's good. I think Ender went down because I don't know. I think they were like hard arguing a gen or something, and they went down because Cheesy Casserole has agitation. So I think that's a little bit of a turning point because now I think Cheesy can get both these hooks before somebody pulls.
This suddenly looks in a really good position for Cheesy again. There's 2 hooks in the gun with this time. And although the tunnel out was lost, this is probably a better position for Cheesy because he can hold the 3-gen near pier, and there's just so much that they can't do. They have to reset to go in for both of these unhooks. And Cheesy spots out Ace across the map.
Yeah, man, it's like a lose-lose because they can't send in Ryuk. If Ryuk goes in, they're injured, they just instantly go down. But if Brownie goes in and he gets spotted, he's dead on hook. So it'll be a 3v1. So, Ender, I wish I was spectating Ender or Casserole whenever that situation happened. But Ender getting tagged there by agitation and going down actually just completely turned the tides of this game. That was just such a big turning point. That being said, I think Cheesy sees Brownie and he just wants to commit because he's death hook, so he commits for a little bit. But they notice that the Ryuk does get the unhook onto Ender and forces a stage 2 onto Scrimmy by coming back. I think they might have hit stage 2 anyways, but I mean, as of right now, that's 5 stages on the board on 3 different survivors. So we do have 5 hook stages in, and Cheesy Casserole has 2 different tunnel targets to pick between. They can go for Brownie or Scrimmy. They're both dead on hook. Brownie actually does a little bit of a turn, messes up the pathing a little bit, but still makes it to main. Casserole does end up leaving and coming back to this hook, and I think Casserole decided, hey, I have 3 injured survivors, and I have somebody dying on hook in about 40 seconds, so I'm going to camp this out. And I think this is probably the best play he could make, to be honest with you. This confirms a 3v1 very soon. They cannot do anything about this.
They either have to get a heal and force the trade, or just let Scrimmy die in the gen setup, and this, with how many injured survivors there are, this is looking like it's going to be a 4K, and I can't see much of a situation where Rotting Pair gets out of it.
Yep, I definitely agree, and this death will be coming in right now. I mean, Cheesy Casserole knows nobody's coming in for it because it's just so late and they're all injured, so that's just not happening. And they are taking this chase onto Ender at Shack, and there it is, the strength of the purple bottles. They forced a medium vault, and Ender goes down because they are not able to make that window in time. So Brownie will be popping this generator sometime soon. I believe Ender has already been pain resed, so Brownie shouldn't get hit by it here. Yep, they'll be fine. So I mean, right now we have, if I'm not mistaken, that is 7 stages on the board. I think that's 7 hooks. We have 2 on Brownie, 2 on Ender, and 3 on Scrimmy. So that is 7 stages, and they popped 3 gens now. So they're definitely getting 4K'd. I mean, I think the double hook around that 3 gen kind of confirmed it. But if Cheesy Casserole catches a rotation right now and he gets a quick slug, I think they could end really quickly. So we'll see how this goes. Either way, if they don't rotate and they choose to reset, Ender dies. So I'm thinking this is probably 4K2. If the survivors play really well, or if Cheesy Casserole maybe overextends, they might get 4K1 because this gen by Shaq is high progress. But I'm thinking probably 4K2.
This could have maybe been easier to pull out a 4K1 for Rotting Pair if Ender hadn't died so close to the high progress gen. If he hadn't got hit at that window. The reset is so this is looking more and more like a 4K2 every second.
Yeah, finding that reset was crazy. Casserole did such a good job. I think Casserole was running around and didn't see any crows, didn't see any signs of survivors, no scratch marks or anything, and he just assumed that they would reset at main because it's both a safe structure and it's far away from these gens. And Casserole was amazing in calling that out, and does get the final down, and it is a clown. So with this balancing, there's no unbreakable or deliverance or anything like that allowed. So this is it. This is a 4K at 2 gens remaining. Even if there were to be a bleed out, Casserole would get awarded for all full hook stages as if they were all hooked 3 times. So this is such a strong result. I mean, looking back at this, I think Cheesy finding this reset at the end sealed the deal, and they had a small chance at maybe getting a 4K one. But I do think the 2 biggest turning points were the double hooks in the 3 gen, and then the tag coming in during that hook onto, I think, who was it dying? Was it Scrimmy? I think Scrimmy dying in the setup, and then finding that tag, and then it just confirmed that another person dies and made it a 2v1. So, but by far, the double hooks in the 3-gen was crazy. I think Ender going down to Agitation just completely turned the game around. So that was a little unfortunate for Rotting Pair. Little mistake, had a very big impact on the match. So that'll be a 4K at 2 gens remaining. And switching up for next game on the Survivor side, we're going to see Vertigo, and their win condition is just going to be to pop 4 gens. If they can get down to 1 generator remaining, that'll be a win for the Vertigo survivors. So we're going to take a quick break and come right back for game number 2 of this clown set. So stay tuned. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. All right, everybody, welcome back. We're here on match number 2 of the Rotting Pair versus Vertigo. First set for Clown, we have Obnoxious Brownie killing for Rotting Pair. And we are seeing a little bit of a different build. We're seeing Pain Resonance like last game, but we're also seeing Brownie running Ruin, Crowd Control, and Pentimento. Do you think this is particularly strong on Clown, or do you think you're better off running Brutal Strength, Smokey, like we saw last match?
I wouldn't say this is a strong build, especially because pallets are more of the issue when it comes to Clown than windows. But I think if you're gonna have to get a win condition like a 4K3, you have to try and run that they won't expect the Survivor side.
Yep, I agree. We'll see how this build works out. I do think Brutal is a much more safe option. You can always hit them with a bottle and then break quickly, but Crowd Control could be really, really good for the main building windows because they're very strong, and Clown could negate that with their bottles, but depending on the distance, it can still be a little bit hard. So we'll see how this build works out for Brownie. We do see a Survivor running towards main building here, and Brownie's choosing not to chase that, and does kind of catch Jojo, the David player, rotating to that generator from the pier. And the pier is usually pretty strong, so Jojo's not in any immediate danger. Did bro just try to crouch check a bottle? That is the first time I've ever seen that in my life. I don't know why he crouched there. That was a little funny looking, but does crouch to fake the pallet, but Brownie still makes it because of the slowdown from the bottle and is able to hit that lunge. And this is a pretty safe pallet. Jojo can definitely play this. They're going to loop around and get the window, and get the other window. And they actually slow vaulted it twice, so it didn't get blocked with Crowd Control. That was a crazy play by Jojo. They double slow vaulted it so it didn't get blocked, and then forced the fast vault. That was a crazy play.
That was incredibly smart from Jojo, just because they saw Crowd Control, and like that's the only way that you play that without going down.
Yeah, that was wild. I do want to take a peek at the gen progress. Junior is popping main here. It's about like 90%. And Casserol's on this gen by the pier, which is about 70. Pain Res will probably hit Junior here. Hit your grates? Nope, didn't hit it. Oh, you could have finished that. No, Junior! You could...
get the other gen done.
Oh, are they forcing a Pain Res so the pier gen doesn't get hit? Maybe that's why. Actually, that's pretty smart. Junior can actually stick this. I think you're right. That's probably what they're doing. Maybe I just didn't see the vision, but that was pretty smart. They do have a lot of generator progress, though. I don't really think Brownie can afford to hard camp this. I don't think so, especially with these gens being kind of spread out on the other side. He kind of, like, I think he has to interrupt this gen, yeah. Yep.
I don't think this is a bad start for Brownie, but it's not what you need with the win condition. That's so high.
Yeah, I agree. Brownie does seem like he needs a little bit more. Is that smash it on Elite Wolf? It was. Okay, so the Laura player Wolf here got smash hit. I have no idea why they didn't drop that pallet. That is some unnecessary greed. I think they could have definitely dropped that and been a little bit safer. But they are going to get tagged, and Brownie is going to go back to hook, probably look for Jojo and try to get a tunnel out. If they can make this a 3v1 and they have Ruin and or Crowd Control and or Pentimento up, that could be really strong for Brownie. I do think this is a build where you can afford to have a bad start, but if you bring it back and you get a 3v1 with a couple gens left and the survivors have not dealt with your hex totems, then it can be a really big struggle for the survivor team. We actually saw that yesterday with the survivors of, I believe, Awaken versus Tremor. Tremor's killer Jaw brought a bunch of hex builds. I think it was Ruin and Crowd Control as well, and the tunnel out happened with these totems still up, and they just had a really hard time doing anything because it was so oppressive. They couldn't hold chase very long because of Crowd Control, and the gens kept regressing with Ruin and the 3v1. So, I mean, they do have a lot of gen progress, but I do think if Brownie gets a tunnel out happening sometime soon, he could bring it back. But this is looking very strong for Vertigo.
Vertigo looks to be in a... is Brownie lagging out?
I think Brownie's lagging out. We're doing some clown hug techs along the edge map. Yep, I think Brownie has had some connection issues.
Unfortunate.
That is very unfortunate for Brownie. We're going to investigate this. Depending on what happened, it could be a restart. We're gonna look into this, and we'll be right back. Unfortunate for Brownie and Rotting Pear, but we're going to go on a quick intermission and see what happened, and we'll be right back. We might have a replay of that set, but just stay tuned. We'll see what the next course of action is. Sorry about that, everyone, but just give us one quick sec, and we will be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Unfortunately for Rotting Pear, that is going to be a forced forfeit because the disconnect from Brownie happened so late into the game. So Vertigo, by default, will take that set. Unfortunate for Rotting Pear, but just in interest of being fair to Vertigo, we'll have to do that. But now we're back on set number 2. This is a Wraith on the Dead Dog Saloon. For Rotting Pear, we have Ender, and has a very good build. They're running Pain Resonance, Bamboozle, as well as Sloppy. So really good perks here to help negate main building with Bam, and these tags with Sloppy Butcher will mean a lot. And then for later in the game, especially if it's a 3-gen or 3v1, we also have Eruption in Ender's back pocket. So that'll help, especially a lot during later in the game. Ender is going to go ahead and put down Eruption here on this gen early on, in case there's some progress on it later. And they do catch, who is this? Junior. They do catch Junior caught out a little bit. I don't think they were expecting Ender to come back and interrupt that gen. So this will be a pretty early chase near the water tower area. And Ender does have this water tower pallet, but not the safest. And sorry, Junior has this water tower pallet. Ender gets the hit onto Junior there. And that is a very fast first chase for Ender. That is a very early down, and this will be a quick pain res. We did see Eruption proc on that generator, and we see a split Wraith. I love this bug. I hope it never gets fixed. We do see Casserole and the Gallows working this gen, and Elite Wolf on this gen in the street, and then main building. So 3 splitting, 3 different generators. I believe Pain Resonance is Brownie's generator and Gallows. And then we have about 50% progress on 2 other gens. So we haven't seen a gen pop for the first chase, which is a little unfortunate for Vertigo, but they do have a lot of progress on 3 different generators. So especially with the 70-second hook timers in the game now, they can definitely let Junior sit on hook for a little while and be patient with the save and just get generator progress instead. And Ender does get a good tag onto Elite Wolf there. That could be big later on. And it's going to put down Eruption on this generator and come back to hook. And Brownie should be popping Water Tower like right now. Yep, about 5-10 more seconds. And it looks like main building will likely pop as well. Jojo actually gets this unhook pretty much for free. Might take a tag here, but yep, does take a tag. Very nice hit by Ender there. But it wasn't a 1-for-1. That's very good. Jojo was able to get that without trading and putting themselves on the hook or on the ground for it. So pretty good save. Junior does make the shack here, and they're going to vault that. And oh no, I know Junior was trying to loop around and just drop shack instantly, but they got stuck on the pole. So Junior does get stuck a bit there, and they are going to get downed and put on their second hook. And I think Ender is going basement here. This is a great hook position if you want to camp to death. So unfortunately for Junior, they did get stuck, and that made them go down. Brownie is stealthing over here by the water tower. We do see Elite Wolf and Jojo resetting on top of main. And Ender knows where 2 of them are because he hears them resetting up there. But to my knowledge, Ender has not spotted out Casserole. I said Brownie. I just realized I said Brownie instead of Casserole. I'm used to seeing Brownie playing tap, but it's actually Casserole. I'm sorry. Wrong team. Brownie is not on Vertigo. That is my fault. I'm just so used to seeing that guy play Detective Tap. But anyways, this is a very good spot for Ender, because this death will be coming in pretty soon, and we'll probably only see 1 more generator pop. We see this generator that Casserole is working by water tower. It's about halfway, and Elite Wolf just started this one again. It's only 20%. So Jojo does sneak in there. It'll be a 1-for-1. It will have to be a trade. But we're going to see how fast this tunnel out happens. Ender is going to cloak and get the fast vault with a Shadow Dance here, and we're going to definitely see Shack Pallet get thrown. Junior is running for dear life, and somebody is going to have to rotate and pick up Jojo. They got down in the basement, and somebody will have to rotate and pick them up. But yeah, Ender gets us down pretty quickly. Junior wasn't able to make this pallet, so this will be a death at 3 generators remaining. We might see... I'm surprised they're not sending Wolf. I thought we would see Casserole get sent, because Casserole was about to pop their gen, and Elite Wolves did not have as much progress. So I'm surprised Casserole went for that. But now Junior is dead, and we have Jojo in the basement. 2 generators are very high progress, though. Casserole will definitely finish this right now, and Elite Wolf is most likely going to pop that as well if Ender commits to Cheesy here, and loses them a little bit. That was a very, very narrow hit. Ender barely got that. And we're going to see this generator pop right now. like 5 seconds. So we're at 1 generator remaining now, and we have 4 hooks on the board. So this is definitely, I think, not definitely, but most likely going to be a 4K1 or 4K0. There is no generator progress around the map right now. I mean, I could be wrong. If Vertigo plays a 3v1 very clean and has really good chases and rotates properly, they could try and squeeze out one other gen, but there's 3 people injured. There's 3 injuries, and not only are there 3 injuries, but there's also Sloppy Butcher. So these heals will take very long to come in, and Ender can just chain these slugs together and try to end the game. And I think he knows that. I think that was a slow vault by JoJo. That was pretty good. I don't think Ender expected that, but he'll be dying. He will be going down, and most likely we'll be seeing them reset in the distance. Yep, we see Elite Wolf and Casserole resetting by main, and JoJo will be getting put on the hook here, but I think because of Sloppy Butcher, they only have time to get 1 reset. If they go for a second reset, that would be very risky, because if Ender finds that, that is very, very big trouble for Vertigo. So I'm expecting to see them split, but they are still resetting underhook. Sloppy did just run out, so the second reset will be completed faster. And Ender thinks they're resetting up top of main, but they're actually resetting behind main, and does not find it. I don't think he looked down far enough. So it's actually pretty huge. They got the double reset off. So still very good for Ender, but he would be in a way better spot if he found that reset. Now those 2 people that are up are healthy, and I think does catch Casserole here on the rotation, and opting to not go for JoJo. And I think that's smart, because going for a 1-for-1 here is probably not worth it. At least not yet. If you're going 1-for-1, you might want to wait a little bit longer. I think Elite Wolf is getting some generator progress on Gallows, and Casserole is waiting kind of to last second pull here, so they can have more generator progress before this 1-for-1 happens. And Cheesy Casserole is going in right now, so they can avoid a body block. And yep, very good. I like them waiting for that. That was very good play by Casserole. It's good to delay this unhook as soon as you can. And this will be a trade on Pain Resonance, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So that'll be a Pain Res hitting Gallows. It was about halfway. Now we're down to about 30%. And Ender is just definitely in a great spot here, because what Ender can do here is come over here and either get a tag on Elite Wolf or put down Eruption on this gen, and then go back and down JoJo or Casserole by the hook, and he is in a very good spot. And that's exactly what's happening. They're going to drop the chase on Elite Wolf and go back where Ender knows that there are 2 injured survivors, and it looks like one of them both. Oh no, they both went to Water Tower to reset. He finds both of them. And Casserole and JoJo are both here. He kind of lost track of them a little bit. Does find JoJo, though. And if Ender wins a 50-50 on this vault, JoJo will be going down. That was a crazy play by JoJo. JoJo has been pulling off so many good slow vault plays. He slow vaulted that and then dropped a cracker to get by without getting hit. And Ender does fall for that fake. JoJo is buying a lot of time for his team, and he's going to die in the corner. But that is Eruption on Gallows once again. Another minus 10%. Now Gallows is down to about 60-65%. And it is regressing. JoJo must have called that Ender is slugging, so Casserole... sorry, not Casserole. Elite Wolf will be getting off this generator a little early. And very good catch by Ender there. He reads that window vault perfectly and ends up getting that hit as they fall down. And Casserole has to rotate all the way back to this corner to get this pickup. And if Ender comes back, that's huge. But I think Ender is committing to Elite Wolf. Really good down. And Ender knows that pickup happened, so he knows they're both in that corner. But he has time to pick up. He knows that there's Sloppy Butcher in play. They can't reset very quickly. And I think this is another Pain Res? Or has... No, that was not a Scourge Hook. That would be another Pain Res, but it was not a Scourge on that one. So right now, we do have 7 hooks, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that'll be 7 hooks on the board. And Ender is definitely going to win this. If he finds JoJo and just gets a second elimination, it'll be all but over. And that happens right now. So, really good play, and gets caught out in the medium vault. And that's it. That's it for JoJo. JoJo is now dead. This will be hook stage number 8. And they're dead. That was a pain resonance, I think. Is there one token left? Yeah, I think that last hook on JoJo was a pain res. Or no, it was not. No, it was still regressing from Eruption, maybe. I can't tell. I think they actually already got pain res. I could be wrong there. But either way, Eruption had made that generator start regressing, and it's still regressing now. And very good stun by Elite Wolf. Ender didn't expect them to vacuum back in to get that stun. But Ender is going to leave. They know they have time to drop chase and look for someone else. And both of them are nearby. I think Ender knows where both of them are now. Does catch out Casserole here by the stairs. Does not have a pallet to work with. Just this window, but definitely does not have the distance to make it. So Casserole will be going down. And now Ender just has to find Elite Wolf. Now it's just a true game of cat and mouse if Ender can find this stealthing survivor. It looks like Elite Wolf is by main. Ender suspects are maybe around Water Tower, but so far he's pretty cold, pretty far away. And Ender is looking in all the wrong places, unfortunately. Elite Wolf is lockered up upstairs in main. Very quiet in that locker. The grunts of pain will be reduced significantly. And it should just be a matter of time before they get found, but Elite Wolf is doing pretty well, hiding here and not getting found. Ender has to checkmate eventually. See, I think main might be Ender's next stop. Maybe upstairs. Not checking upstairs yet. I think because it's Dead Dog Saloon, Ender is suspicious of somebody crouching in some of these bushes. Because you're pretty much invisible, especially if you have a survivor with some dark clothes. And I'm pretty sure that's what Ender is banking on. But that is not the play that Elite Wolf went for. But if Wolf is still in that locker, they're going to get crows pretty soon. They have one crow now. Yep, they have one crow. It is important to note that the noise notifications don't start coming in until the second crow. So Ender does not see the noise notification here. There are not any noise notifications for one crow, but this crow hovering around will make Elite Wolf a lot more easily spotted if Ender sees it in the distance. But they do not get found. They move around enough, the crow is gone, and Ender did not find them. So I think they're going to play for Casserole to bleed out, and for Elite Wolf to maybe play for a door or hatch. And they're just crouching behind this barrel. I mean, if Ender extends this far and checks this edge map, Elite Wolf is definitely dead, but this is such a random spot, I don't think Ender will expect it. That was a very random position to crouch in. Yeah, Ender never did a deep check by main. So, kind of like has done a very hard check for everywhere around the map except main building, which is where Elite Wolf is. And Ender is just going to pick up. I think that is the second hook. Yep, second hook on a Casserole. So that is 9 stages now. And Elite Wolf is still hiding. We do have about 1 minute left until Casserole dies on hook. Even less if they're missing their skill checks, which I think they're doing. They want to die as soon as possible so Wolf can play. I think Wolf is going to play for a door here. I don't think they're going to go for Shack. The killer usually wins the hatch standoff and closes it before the survivor can jump in. But we'll see what Elite Wolf decides to do here. Oh, they're actually sprinting now. They are leaving scratch marks. Are they going to go in for this pool? Casserole isn't missing their skill checks anymore. I think they're actually unhooking this. Yeah, Ender thinks that they're waiting for Casserole to die, but they're actually pulling now. And they get that. Ender is so confused right now. He's not expecting any of these plays. But yeah, Ender does find Elite Wolf here. This is the rescuer. And they're just going to die deep in the corner here, it looks like. Maybe try some Z-Wall juice. Doesn't quite work out. Eruption procs on that gen. Oh, that's the side effect of Eruption. I thought Casserole was going to stealth, and try and hide and maybe get hatched, but they were actually working the gen. And Eruption shows the aura for 12 seconds if it procs while you're on the gen. So now this is definitely GG. It's over. Ender is on the last survivor, and Elite Wolf did very good stealthing. They didn't get found for a super long time. They didn't really get found at all until they went for the unhook. But unfortunately, all that stealthing did not amount to anything because they will eventually both be going down. But it was a very good try. Wolf tried to rat it out and make something happen. I respect the attempt, but it didn't quite work out. And the game is over as soon as Ender finds Elite Wolf. Again, just as a reminder, the killer does not get penalized at all for bleedouts. They will get full credit for all the hook stages and the fresh hook. But Ender finds Elite Wolf anyways, and they will be put on hook here. So this will be a 4K at 1 generator remaining. So very good result by Ender. The win condition for Rotting Pear on the survivor side is just going to be to pop all 5 gens. That's all they have to do. They can get 4K'd, but if they pop all 5 generators, they win. So they just have to complete their objective, and they're chilling. Ender, don't do it. Ender, please. I just realized I was not running my Dead Dog Saloon offering. I'm sorry. You know, I was not running the DDS reshade. I said offering? I meant to say reshade filter. I was not running the reshade filter. I'm sorry. It probably looked a little ugly. I forgot to put that on. But yeah, very good result for Ender. We're going to take a very quick break, quick intermission, and we'll come back with Rotting Pear on the survivor and Vertigo on the killer. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, we are back. Again, I am really sorry about that long wait time. We did have a couple issues with some builds, so we had to take an extra minute to fix those, but we are back. We are in match 2 of the Vertigo versus Rotting Pear Wraith set. The last match we saw Ender playing for Rotting Pear, and he got a 4K at 1 generator remaining. And now we have JoJo on the killer side for Vertigo. We do have the first chase coming in onto Gray here. We did see him use Finesse at that window, and does have this Fiddler in front of main. Does get a good drop there, and unfortunately doesn't stun JoJo, but does make it to this other filler pallet. Gray's using his distance quite well. Good vacuum back into that stun, and he actually makes Shaq very safely. And yeah, it looks like JoJo will actually just leave. JoJo leaves Gray and doesn't get a tag or anything there. Did get a couple pallets out of the way, but that's about it. We do see Ruin. JoJo is using Ruin, so that'll be a pretty good perk if they're able to get a lot of tags and force a lot of injuries and push people off gens. Very good little mind game by JoJo, using the red stain mind game and faking the cloak to make it look like he was swinging, and does get a nice hit on Ryuk there. And Ryuk is going to be looping Shaq, but JoJo is dropping and instead is going to chase Scrimmy, I think because he is suspicious of Scrimmy seeing his Hex Totem. Probably wants to protect his Ruin, and going to do an uncloak here and continue the chase on to Scrimmy. And Scrimmy has a good amount of distance. Doesn't have either of these pallets though. Gray did drop these in his first chase, so Scrimmy doesn't have as many resources here. But does lose that 50 on the vault and get tagged. And it looks like Scrimmy is going to be taking the chase further down in the town, closer to Water Tower. Does have this pallet to work with, but ends up dropping it. But JoJo swings a little too soon and doesn't get that hit. Nice mind games by JoJo, but Scrimmy is holding their distance very well. They're going to make it all the way to Water Tower. I think they could have played that pallet, but instead they're dying corner. I'm not completely sure why Scrimmy went directly to the corner. I do think they could have played chase longer with the pallet at Water Tower. But still, I mean, not a bad death spot. Scrimmy died far away from all the active gens. Gray might not finish this because of Pain Res. This will be very close. Oh, is that not a Scourge Hook? Oh, Pain Resonance hit a different gen. No, it didn't hit. No, there are two different gens popped. Never mind. That wasn't a Scourge Hook. JoJo, okay, Scrimmy dying in the corner actually worked out because JoJo did not have a Scourge. They popped 2 different gens. They popped the generator on top of Gals and another one nearby. So I am pretty sure this sets Rotting Pear up for a very good late game and denied any kind of 3-gen that JoJo might have had. Very good vacuum by Scrimmy there. Sorry, I was not spectating Scrimmy. And they get the pallet stun at the Water Tower, and they drop it on the good side. Scrimmy drops it on that side and is able to basically get the whole map in exchange. And they're pre-dropping Shaq, playing it safe, making sure they're not going on their second hook stage anytime soon. And they're probably dead here unless they get a hit tank. Is this a head-on at the locker? No, they were going for a head-on. Ryuk, that was a very, very good attempt, but Ryuk unfortunately doesn't get the head-on stun in time, and Scrimmy does go down. And this is a very fast-paced game so far. Both these teams are playing this really well, and we're seeing a lot of action here. JoJo misses the whiff on Ryuk and is going to come back and look for Scrimmy. Has Scrimmy been crawling away? Scrimmy's been crawling away this whole time. Does get found though, and they are going to be put on their second hook stage, and this one will most likely be Pain Resonance. JoJo did not use a Pain Res token on Scrimmy on that first down. Let me see, did that take a stack? Yep, that did take away Pain Resonance token, so that's hook number 2. So two gens have been done, and JoJo has only gotten 2 hooks in that time. So pretty good start for Rotting Pear here. I think if they keep up the gen pressure and don't unhook this too early or make any big mistakes, I think they are in a good position to at least meet Tycon, at the very least. But we'll see how they end up playing this. JoJo knows that there's 1, possibly 2 active gens over here and is trying to pressure them off with Ruin while contesting the hook. And also sees that main building is being worked. And there's actually a pretty tight 3-gen here by the town. And kind of a 4-gen if you consider main building. Main building isn't as defendable because of how out of your way it is to go up there. But JoJo actually has a not bad 3-gen here by town. So they could, in theory, play for this. And if they do get rid of Ruin, JoJo does have Eruption in their back pocket. Jojo is going to take the 1-for-1 there. They realize this might be their only chance. And Gray is... I don't think they're going to pop this. I don't think he's going to pop it. That's a pain res. Yep, pain res on this gen here. And does he get interrupted? Yep, Jojo is going to interrupt Gray. He's so close to finishing it, and I do think Gray probably should have left that a little bit earlier. Maybe he thought he could send it, though. I'm not sure. But actually, no, he's fine. He makes this pallet. He's actually able to make this pallet, so it's okay. Very good mind game by Gray there. And actually holds distance and doesn't get hit. Good pallet drop. And uses finesse just because he can. And he's going to come back to this gen. And the killer is definitely going to look for Scrimmy here and try to get his tunnel out. Scrimmy is hiding. Jojo is actually not looking for Scrimmy. Jojo's chasing Gray. Jojo might be prioritizing his gens here over the tunnel out. And he does get the tag onto Gray. And I think he's going to commit. If Gray goes down here, it'll be pretty close to the generator setup, so that would be good for Jojo if that happens. And Gray holding that check pretty well. Very good fake by Gray. He actually wins at 50 and is going to stay alive for a bit longer. Does make this water tower pallet. It is dropped, but not broken. And in the meantime, Scrimmy got healed up. This is perfect. Scrimmy is the Death Hook survivor, so they have Scrimmy doing the generator that is far away from the 3-gen. Jojo has very little reason to leave this generator setup, and because of that, they are sending the survivor that's in the most danger off to the faraway gen. And Gray's playing that perfectly. Gray plays these tiles so freaking well and actually doesn't get down there at all. So they have Scrimmy cranking away on the generator in the distance, about halfway on this gen behind Gallows, and Gray never went down. This is looking really good for Rotting Pear. I think they're on pace to definitely take the set if they keep up this solid play. The hit does come in onto Ender, and Jojo, I think, really wants to commit to this. They really need this down. Ender is going to take chase near Shack. Might play this filler pallet right here. And he's actually going to take Shack window. Very good, very smart, chaining the window into that pallet and staying safe for a little while longer. Does lose a 50-50 on that window vault, and Ender does go down. But Scrimmy's going to pop this gen. Yep, Scrimmy definitely gets this. Even if this is pain res. Yep, that's Ender's first hook. This will be hook number 4. 4 gens have popped, and this will be 4 hooks for Jojo on Team Vertigo. And they are... a Rotting Pear is in a very good spot. They managed to keep everybody alive, and they have 1 generator left. So I think there's a very good chance that they are able to pop this last generator. This is looking really good for Rotting Pear. I think Jojo kind of letting Scrimmy get away a little bit there was maybe a mistake, but it's hard to say in hindsight. If they committed to Scrimmy, they would have likely lost one of these generators in their 3-gen. So hard decision making. Unfortunately for Jojo, it didn't quite work out because now they have 4 survivors left and are able to attack this 3-gen, and very little that Jojo can do about it. Ruin is still up, but I do think in theory if they cleanse Ruin and then attack these, it'll be way harder for Jojo. Ruin does appear to be closer to Gallows in that little building right next to it. And I think Gray gets hit here. No, he has Finesse. He doesn't get hit. He might have made that anyway on good ping, but definitely makes out with Finesse. Really good play by Gray. And Ender is getting a reset in the main building by Scrimmy. So the survivors are taking they're doing the strategy of playing it slow and resetting and attacking the gens slowly, which I like that. They're not giving any potential snowball to Jojo here, and Ryuk is taking the chase on main. I'm not quite sure if they make this window vault. They fake it and they win the 50, and they're going to just hold W. And they don't quite make the backside of main window, but they are able to make this filler pallet. Not the safest, but Ryuk does get this done, so he's able to buy a little bit more time. And now Jojo's going to leave. It looks like Gray and Ender were doubling a gen? I can't tell exactly who was there, but they had I think 2 gens cranking and 1 of them popped. And now Scrimmy's getting chased. I mean, in theory, if Scrimmy dies here, that's best for Rotting Pear because that's less stages, but they've already won. They popped all 5 gens. Their win condition was only all generators completed. So Rotting Pear has already taken this Wraith set. The win condition has been met, but we'll see how JoJo and the survivors play the rest of this game. And JoJo definitely thought Scrimmy would vault that, but they did not. And one good hit tank here, and it's a 4-man out. But, I mean, at the same time, if Scrimmy dies, it's not a big deal. It's just one hook stage. But Ender is here for the hit tank. They do want to play for best result possible. I respect that. But JoJo is using his speed very well and gets in front of Scrimmy and gets it down. But, oh, he's going for the hits here. He didn't want to pick up because Ender has a flashlight. But because of that, they can heal tech. They're heal teching this. Ender gets out. Scrimmy is out. Yep, Gray got the heal tech. Scrimmy almost got picked up, but Gray got it in time. This is definitely 4-man out. Wow, what a game. What a game. That was, I believe, 4 hooks or 5 hooks for JoJo, for Vertigo's killer. I don't know the exact hook count there, but definitely by a wide margin, Rotting Pear won that. That was a 4K win versus a lot of stages out the door. So Rotting Pear takes the second matchup. That will be a 1-1 on the score right now. Vertigo won Cloud, and Rotting Pear now wins Wraith. So this will go into tiebreaker. This will go into tiebreaker. I believe... Let me check really quick what the tiebreaker is for the set. It's actually going to be Night. So Night is going to be the tiebreaker. It's going to be the first Night game of this tournament I've casted so far. So that'll be interesting. So I'll be right back. I'm going to take a short break, and we'll be back with that Night tiebreaker. So stay tuned, and we'll be back shortly. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are here in the tiebreaker for Vertigo versus Rotting Pear, and we have a night game. This is night. So we're going to have, again, Cheesy Casserole on the killer for Vertigo, and we're going to see what they can do here. They find Scrimmy very early. Actually, it's super early find. I think Scrimmy meant to use some of those hay bales or boxes as cover, and they got found really fast. And that is already a hunt from a guard. So Scrimmy is most likely dying here. Casserole can attack from the right while the guard chases from the left. And they're dead. That's such an early down. They can't make anything. Casserole finding this survivor so early is huge. We do have Corrupt Intervention on Casserole, which is now gone because this down came in so early. And we do have Ender working this generator over here. Looks like, is this top mid? I think, yeah, this is behind, like in front of main. So the Ender is like about 40% on top mid gen, but it will most likely get hit by Pain Resonance. Was that a Pain Resonance? I don't think that was, no. All 4 tokens are available to Casserole. Casserole might not have had a Scourge Hook, or they wanted to save it because that down came in so early. But very good pallet stun by Brownie. Brownie does get the stun and avoiding a hit there. But there's a good chance that they get hunted by a guard there, which happens now. If that tags Brownie, that could be very big problems for Rotting Pear, but at the very least, it'll keep Brownie busy. And Casserole's going over here and sees Scratch Marks, spots Ender by Shaq, so he knows where 2 of the 3 remaining survivors are. Ryuk is just unaccounted for, and Ryuk got the unhook. So I think Casserole is going to come back to this hook. And the guard targets Scrimmy, their tunnel out target. And Ryuk actually takes the hit, but I think that was while their endurance was still up. Maybe if their endurance was gone, then that makes sense. But now Ryuk is not only injured, but they have to spend 10 seconds in Deep Wound. So that's a lot of time wasted for Ryuk, and Scrimmy will be getting chased here as well. So it's a lot of pressure for Casserole. We do see 1 generator pop. So Rotting Pear does get 1 gen out of the way, but if this second hook stage comes in at all anytime soon, they could be in trouble. And Scrimmy takes really good pathing there, actually avoids getting hunted by guard. Ryuk actually takes the guard for him, and very good fake by Scrimmy, but ooh, Cheesy Casserole calls it out. We're going to emote tech under a pallet, but I don't think anyone's there. I'm pretty sure it's just bait. Yeah, that's just bait. Nobody's there. So Casserole will be put on their second hook, and this will definitely be a pain res. I don't see why Casserole wouldn't go for one here. So maybe their Scourge Hook RNG is just really bad. That was also not a pain resonance. So maybe their Scourge RNG is just really bad. Unfortunate for Casserole. No pain res value so far. But Ryuk gets found here, and they're probably down. They don't have anything to work with here. They're probably just going to try their best to die in the corner. Which happens now. And Casserole can kind of come back in time to not interrupt this unhook, but at least chase Scrimmy off of it if they decide to pull. And they don't decide to pull. Okay. I think that's probably the better decision to make. If Ender pulls too quickly there, then Scrimmy can get tunneled out very soon. We did see, I believe, Brownie in the distance pop the second generator. So we do have 2 hooks on the board and 2 gens done. And Ender does take a tag and is going to pick up Ryuk out of the corner here, while Casserole goes back to hook. Brownie is able to pull. Ooh, Casserole is almost able to make that a 1-for-1, but Brownie gets it just in time. He doesn't get it completely for free, but Brownie does get injured for that. And now Scrimmy is in a lot of trouble. Ender does take the guard for Scrimmy, so that's very good. Very good heads-up play by Ender, but Casserole can just switch to the other guard and instantly put out another hunt there. And that one doesn't catch Scrimmy, but I think to avoid that, kind of ran back into Casserole. Ender does take the down, so Scrimmy will get some more distance. But everybody's injured, and somebody will have to rotate to pick up Ender off the ground. And they've only done 2 gens, so Casserole just has so much pressure. This is a very good guard placement. If Scrimmy goes off the right side, then he's going to get down by that guard. Does use bounce landing, gets a lot of distance here. But I think Casserole is probably able to down him. Might make this pallet gem, but no. I think Scrimmy was a little hesitant because of the guard. So Scrimmy dies. That's a death on the Scrimmy. And there weren't any Scourge Hooks nearby at the top side of the map, so I'm assuming Casserole we'll have a pain res here that can interrupt at least one of those gens. Surely. Yep, that's a Scourge hook, so that's pain res. So that is hook number 3, and they are resetting. So the good news for the survivors is they're going into the 3v1 with everybody healthy, but the bad news is there's still 3 gens remaining. So this is 100% going to be a 4K, assuming Casserole plays well, but we'll see what Rotting Pair is able to do. They might be able to cook something up and try to get another generator or 2 done. I think realistically they can get 1 more generator done, but I would be a little surprised if we see more than that. We do see Brownie coming over here and working Shack, or sorry, not Shack, main. And Casserole is chasing Ender, I believe, near Shack side. So this is very far from the active gen. And Ender does pretty well, makes that window vault there. And very good vault the T-wall. I don't think Casserole was expecting that at all. And Ender sent that vault and makes it without getting hit. Very good by Ender. And does make it to this pallet, and he actually doesn't get hit here. He can drop that. And Casserole uses the guard very well, is able to quickly break that pallet, and Ender eventually takes a hit here. Ender did a very good job at denying this hit. Eventually, you're going to get hit against the Knight, but Ender did a great delaying that as long as possible. And Casserole knows that there's somebody working main, so they're going to send out a guard and interrupt a Brownie off that gen. Kind of using Guard's power as passive slowdown, but Brownie gets tagged. Brownie gets tagged and it gets 2-tapped because of the guard. With the new Knight changes, if the Knight player is too close to the guard, the hunt will actually stop significantly faster. But Brownie was getting chased from one side, and then Casserole was kind of coming in from the other side, opposite the guard. So it ended up staying up long enough to actually hit Brownie, even while Casserole was like somewhat close. So that 2-tap actually changes things a lot. Brownie is now on the hook, and Ender is injured. If he finds Ender here, that'd be really good for Casserole. Ryok gets that pull, and Ender might be getting chased here. Casserole might be on his trail. Casserole is definitely on his trail. Yep. They're going to send out a guard. I think they're doubling main, so there's a good chance they finish that. That main gen is going to pop very soon. Actually, it's only about, right now, about 70%. If Casserole commits to Ender and dies in this corner, they definitely pop that. I think they're just playing for win con here. They want 4K1. If there's a Scourge hook really close by, you can pain res and interrupt this, but I don't think that's going to happen. Ender had a good death spot, so they pop. Alright, so hook stage number 5 coming in. I believe yep, that's hook stage number 5, and they have 4 gens done. So Rotting Pair recovered from this pretty well. I do think Casserole will still get a good result here, but they did manage to pop 2 gens after this tunnel out happened. So that's really good on the Rotting Pair survivors here. Casserole is patrolling these gens, seeing if there's anything with a lot of progress. Does find Ryok over there. And doesn't get the prediction quite right on where Ryok was going, but does send that guard out. And kind of proxying Ender a little bit, trying to see what move the survivors are going to make. He knows Brownie's injured and saw Ryok over there, so very good game sense by Casserole. Saw the healthy survivor on one side and ended up stiffing Brownie out here by main. So Brownie will be getting chased by that guard. Does he have a lot of distance on this guard? I wonder. He'll probably be able to make the flag and be fine. Probably. Yeah, he got it. Okay, yeah, Brownie got it. I didn't hear the audio, but he did get the flag. But it's going to get chased again by the guard. Poor Brownie getting harassed by these guards. And Brownie's probably going to die here. Because, yep, it's kind of denying the only resource he has. And Casserole comes in from the other side. Ryok gets the sun hook right now. And this is looking difficult. That's 7 stages. Seven stages already. And Casserole sends out a guard here. Does that translate into a hunt? It does. So Ryok is getting chased, and Ender is injured. He knows where both of them are, and Brownie's slowly dying on that hook. He knows where everybody is. And Casserole's kind of just holding cross here. He's just waiting to see who commits fully to that unhook and crossing on the other side. And is probably going to get hit by a pallet here. Yep, Ryok gets that pallet stun. And now Casserole just knows he has to go back to hook. Most likely. But no, Ender knows that Casserole will keep an eye on this cross, and actually really smart play from Ender. If Ender was rotating for his unhook, he'd be here right about now and force a 1-for-1 or even get down before he makes it. So Ender is actually full committing to a gen, and I think they're playing for a 4K0. Most likely. I believe this is the gen Ender is working. That Casserole's sending a guard out to. No, it's not. It's actually a different gen. Ender's all the way across the map. It's about 40% right now. And Ryuk is pressuring another one. If Ender gets found, there's no way they pop another gen. And Ender does get found by a guard. Ryuk just started the other gen. So I don't see any possible scenario where they get another gen done here. If Ryuk got chased and Casserole made maybe a little bit of a blunder and overcommitted, Ender could have committed to that last gen with resilience for another like 35 seconds or so and pop that last gen. But that is not what happens. Ender gets found. And now Ryuk is going to be stealthing. I anticipate this is going to be an endgame similar to that one on the Wraith set on the Dead Dog Saloon, with them playing this very slow and trying maybe to get somebody out through hatch. And if somebody gets out through hatch here, that's a pretty big deal, because right now, if all of them die at 1 generator remaining, that would make the win condition for Rotting Paris Killer a 4K2. They'd have to 4K2 to win if all the survivors are drop dead right now. But if they get anybody out the hatch, even one stage out the hatch, or out the door, if anybody escapes at all, then a 4K1 for the Rotting Pair Killer would be a win. So we'll see what happens here. If Ryuk is able to get this door, that'd be really good for Rotting Pair. And he's probably going to full send this. Or maybe 30% we'll see. No, he's full sending. And I think this is a door that Casserole is checking. So he definitely does not make this. There's just no way. Is he going to full commit? Yeah, he is. I don't think Ryuk makes this though. It's going to be really close, but he doesn't. Nope. So close. And to make it even more difficult, Casserole is walking up to that door even faster with no ed. So definitely no way Ryuk gets that. So that'll be a 4K1. No stages got out the door or through a hatch or anything like that. So this was a really good result by Casserole. Casserole played these chases really well and was able to get a tunnel out pretty early and kept a lot of the survivors busy with those guards in the distance and secured a 4K with 1 generator remaining. So, yep, all that the Vertigo survivors will have to do is pop all gens. If they pop all gens, they win. And the Rotting Pair Killer will have to get a 4K at 2 generators remaining to win. So, we'll see how this goes. This is a pretty good result for Vertigo's Killer, but this could go either way. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with Rotting Pair on the Killer side. So stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are here for the final game of Rotting Pear versus Vertigo. This is the night tiebreaker. We did see Vertigo's killer get a 4K at 1 generator remaining last match. So Rotting Pear, if they want to win this matchup, they'll have to pop all 5. Or sorry, not Rotting Pear. The Vertigo will just have to pop all 5 generators. I'm sorry for that. Vertigo already killed. They got a 4K one. So Vertigo survivors just have to pop all 5 generators to take this win. And Brownie's here by Shaq, but doesn't spot Junior. Or Jojo, I'm sorry. Was it Claudette? Yeah, does not spot Jojo. And Brownie's going to come over here. And Brownie does have Corrupt Intervention, so they can't work all these gens at the start. Pretty standard early game perk, especially for a map like this. And the survivors are being smart. If they are getting found, they're making sure it's in the corrupted area and not interrupting any potentially active gens. And I think Brownie saw Ace here. Junior. Yep, Junior is over here at this jungle gym. And maybe Brownie doesn't know exactly where he went. But no, actually chasing Casserole instead. Finds Casserole, our Adam player here, aggroing this gen. And Casserole is actually running towards the uncorrupted area. This is the only place they could really run without going into Brownie. So I understand. But if I'm on the Vertigo Survivor roster here, I'm gonna hope that whenever Casserole gets hit, they take it down the map towards the corrupted area. But Casserole's actually doing really well here. They're evading that guard and not getting hit or zoned too badly here. And they do get get hunted. They do get another hunt there by that guard, but not taking a hit just yet. Brownie is pursuing them though. We do see Elite Wolf and Jojo doubling this generator here next to main. And then Junior soloing this one. This one's about 70%, and they're both about 70% right now. So this injury hasn't even came in on this chase. So it looks like we're most likely seeing 2 generators pop in exchange for the first hook. And that was amazing pathing by Casserole. Read what Brownie was doing perfectly and doubled back and completely avoided the guard hunt. So Casserole is going to be able to take a hit, make some distance all the way over to Country. Very safe tile, but against a guard being placed, you, for the most part, just have to leave. And Casserole is actually just outside of the guard's detection range, so they don't get hunted there. And that's the second generator popping. Vertigo does pop 2 gens. And Brownie needs this down to happen pretty quickly if they want to meet win condition. We already see Junior, the ace player, hovering here possibly for a hit. And Casserole's playing the short side of Country here. And Junior does really well. They take the guard for Brownie. Or, sorry, not for Brownie, for Casserole. That's the second time I've called Casserole Brownie. I am sorry. But Junior is going to be chased here next to main. Drops that pallet, but Brownie does not give them the stun. Junior, however, makes this window. And the pathing from these survivors, in particular during these chases, has been amazing. They've been moving in a way that denies a lot of these, like, quote-unquote free hits that Knight can get. And they're just denying all of that. 2 gens have popped, and we have a third one about to pop very soon by Shaq here. And all Brownie has is an injury. For what it's worth, I don't think Brownie plays Knight very often. I don't think Brownie really touches his killer much at all. So, I mean, hey, it happens. If you don't play killer a lot, these things tend to happen if you're going against good survivors. So, Brownie's doing his best here, but the survivors are just getting the better of him, it seems like. Does use the guard there to break that wall very, very fast. And is going to continue the chase onto Jojo. And we do see the third generator pop. I believe that was the one they were doubling near Shaq. So, yep. And we have another generator here behind Shaq that Casserole is working on by themselves. And Jojo is still being chased. But one good guard placement from Brownie, and Jojo can be going down here. Oh, Brownie catches out. Jojo went for some unique pathing, and Brownie cut them off. They kind of passed on him again, but they eventually go down. They don't have any tiles here. That's the first down of the game. Brownie is going to pick up. Shaq, the gen behind Shaq is probably about 30% now. Yep, it looks like 30%. And another one here is about 20, 25%. And this will be the first hook of the game. Ooh, they almost wiggle, but not quite. And that was a pain resonance for Brownie, so that is hook number 1. And 3 gens have popped. Now, Wolf is over here where this guard got placed, but they don't quite get found just yet. I think Wolf is trying to stealth here. Brownie might have left. I think Brownie's going back to hook. They are actually not able to finish that reset. Brownie knows Jojo's still here. Yep, Brownie only saw one person leaving. Jojo actually uses their Lithe very early, so they get away from that hit. Very nice, safe play. Making sure not to give Brownie a down or a potential tunnel out anytime soon. And Brownie does take very good pathing here. It gets on the hill so they can cut Jojo off a little bit. They see them peeking around this corner. All Brownie has to do is make a guard loop around one side and try to cut them off from the other. And he's good. And it looks like that's what's happening. Yep, Brownie put the guard down very well and is going to be able to chase Jojo. But Junior is there. I think Junior might take the hit from the guard for them. Are we going to see that? Casserole's already on the door. Junior's actually letting that chase happen. Jojo goes down to the guard. And one spicy perk that Brownie has that we haven't mentioned is Forced Hesitation. So if they try to go for any 1-for-1s / trades or anything like that, Brownie will be able to punish that very hard and make sure he gets that person off the hook. But they're definitely going to take their routes here. At this point, Vertigo has already won. They popped all the generators, so win condition has been met. But Vertigo is going to take the set with only 3 stages given up. So they take the set by a very large margin. They got a 4K1 on the killer side, and they only gave up 3 stages on the survivor side. So amazing showing by Vertigo here. Again, I don't believe Brownie plays Knight very often, so unfortunate matchup for him. He just kind of had to step in and take that role. But very good matchup on both sides. These sets were all very fun to watch, especially that Wraith one. These two teams were head-to-head, and they the rotting pair brought it back pretty well. But Vertigo does get the best out of 3. They will take the win as a 2-1. So yeah, we'll be going into the next matchup pretty shortly here. We're going to go on a break, and we'll be back with the last 5 p.m. matchup. So stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back shortly. All right, welcome back everybody to the last matchup of the day. We have Rotting Pear up again, this time versus Experience. So we have Experience killing first with Net, or their name is Meds. I actually don't know which one their name is Meds everywhere else, so I'm just gonna say this is Meds. This is Meds on the Wesker, with a Rotting Pear on the Survivor here. And this is a little interesting because we have Wesker on Gas Heaven. I'm very used to casting Wesker on Coal Tower, but this is a little bit different. I do really like the add-ons that Meds has decided to bring. We have the Egg and Unicorn Medallion. In my opinion, that is the best combo. I'm really sorry if you hear some background noise. I have a phone ringing. Just look past that if you can. I'm sorry, nothing I can do about that. But we have the first chase coming in onto Ender here in the main building. And this is a pretty strong main building. Ender should be able to hold chase for a little bit here. And they do have a lot of distance, so they can probably go a while without getting tagged. Okay, I accidentally muted my game audio instead of my mic for a second. Sorry about that. Okay, should be good now, no more interruptions. Ender does drop this pallet here in front of main, and they are not going to get hit here. Ender does a great job at using these obstacles to avoid a hit. And we do see this generator here in front of main in the middle of the map with some really high progress. It looks like they were doubling that. And Meds does find, I believe, Scrimmy here. And Scrimmy takes the early vault and is able to avoid a hit for a little while. Very good flare inside of the wall, going towards the wall, and doesn't get hit. So Rotting Pear is not giving away any early tags here. Really good zoning by Meds there, using the power to deny the pallet. And they are able to vault this filler again, and Meds misses that. That was their only dash. So Scrimmy is a little zoned though. They are going to take a hit, and we do see one generator pop. They did pop that middle generator, and Meds is probably going to commit to this for pain res. I do want to take a peek at gen progress. We do have another one Brownie's working on that's about 70%. So we do have a second generator potentially popping soon. And oh, Meds loses Scrimmy. Meds lost Scrimmy. He thought that he went inside the room, inside the garage, but Scrimmy came back out towards his filler. Ooh, very good vault there. And okay, unfortunately for Scrimmy, they do eventually go down. And that'll be the second generator that pops. So 2 gens down. And maybe a third one with some progress. Yep, Ender is about 30% on another, and Ryuk is about 35-40% on Shack. It does hit the Shack generator. And Meds is actually making the way to the Shack. This down didn't come in very early, so if Meds decides to camp this, the survivors can definitely punish it and just 3-split some gens, but we will see. We'll see what happens. And Ryuk ends up getting tagged there, and we'll probably see Meds go back to hook. Getting a tag is really important there, and we do see the pool come in. So he'll probably go in for this tunnel. And we just see 2 people getting chased here. Scrimmy is probably in the most danger. Meds wants his tunnel out. And kind of zoned. They don't get hit. They avoid the hit there. But they do make this window. Almost. I don't know if they would have made that. But Scrimmy goes down. They do pop a third generator. They do pop a third one. And Shack still has some progress. Brownie is going to be healing up Ryuk here and Shack. And Meds doesn't really have a great gen setup. There's a gen in Shack and one right next to it, but Shack is very high progress, or at least is about halfway. But the generators are pretty spread out. Popping that top mid generator was very important. It kind of denied a 3-gen in this area late game, and Brownie and Ryuk both juke that bound, so Meds doesn't hit either one of them. That's actually very huge. They're not giving away a tag or a down at all there. Meds is going to come back to hook and wants to confirm this death onto Scrimmy. And if the survivors play this well, they could very well like 5 or 6 stages if the gen progress stays on the table and they don't get this tunnel happening really, really early. Or really, really soon. And that is going to be what they're doing. They're going to afford the people scrimmy so they survive for a while longer. And at this point, I feel like Meds shouldn't even commit to the tunnel. Yeah, but I think Meds knows that too. At this point, Meds wants to play for stages, go for somebody who's fresh hook, like Ender, so they can get some pain resonance and some more fresh hooks down for experience. That further people onto scrimmy just makes it so tunneling might not be viable anymore. It'll take too long. They'll get all the gens on for that death. So I think Meds is doing the smartest thing they possibly can here. And they do land a very nice single dash there onto Ender. And unfortunately for Meds, they do not get the pain res in time for that to interrupt that generator. So that generator does pop. Pain res most likely hit this hill gen. And it looks like they're going to be doubling. Now, I wonder, what Meds has to do here is very difficult. They can't afford to completely leave hook and be around these gens, but they definitely cannot afford to camp. They have to find the right balance of both to try to secure some stages, and they know this will definitely be outs for the survivors, but they're trying to salvage this the best they can and try to get some more hook stages for experience before this game is over. That is second to wind for Ender off the hook, so Ender will be healthy in just a few seconds. And looks like Meds will be chasing Ryuk here in the back of main building. Does have this pallet. It's still pretty strong, even though it's pre-dropped, but I don't know what happened there. I think Ryuk got a little stuck, maybe, or didn't expect Meds to commit to that. But some bags, hopefully from some friendly teabags. Not completely sure. Oh, but Ryuk has adrenaline. This is the adrenaline survivor. So that's so unfortunate for Meds. He doesn't even get the down onto Ryuk. They're going to be healthy and not take it down there. But unfortunately for Ryuk, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Meds has no ed. So I think this is best case scenario for Meds if he can hook near the totem, which is exactly what he's doing. Meds, I think, has done a very great job this game. Even though the start was a bit rough, he's done a fantastic job at analyzing the situation and realizing that this is the best thing that they can do. They have this hook right next to Noed, and it's impossible to save. They cannot. They'll have to settle with taking these 3 extra stages lost. So this will be, if I'm not mistaken, 5 stages or 6 stages. I'm sorry. This will be 3 on Ryuk, 2 on Scrimmy, and 1 on Ender. So that would be 6 stages, 3 fresh. There is no way they're saving this. Scrimmy is definitely leaving. Yep. So that is 6 stages, 3 fresh for Team Rotting Pear, and that is actually a very good result. I think Rotting Pear locked in on the survivor side. They did super well, and their early game was so good. They did not give that first down until multiple generators were popped. But Meds at the same time hooked near his Noed and confirmed more stages for his team. So very well played by both sides. We'll be back after a short break. We're going to take a few minutes, go on intermission, and then we will see the Rotting Pear killer versus experienced survivors. So stay tuned. We'll be right back for round 2. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are here on game number 2 of the first set for Experience versus Rotting Pear. This is still Wesker. This time we have Rotting Pear on the killer side. We have Ender killing for them, and we have Experience on the survivor side. And we immediately have Meds here on this generator, playing very aggressively for this one, most likely because they have the Lithe build, and Lucky Break as well. So playing pretty aggressively on that gen. They have a strong build to help them in chase. And Ender's checking behind main, and ooh, goes right by our Dwight player here. And they're going to take that vault outside of main and play this this car pallet. And same add-ons on Ender this time around, same ones that Meds ran. We have the egg to make it so the time in between each bound is longer, and we have Unicorn Medallion to make your first dash longer and your second one a little shorter, but very strong add-ons, very good. And of course we see Corrupt Intervention and Pain Res, pretty much standard for a killer like Wesker. And Ender is also running Brutal, makes a lot of those pallet breaks quicker, and gives Wesker a lot of zoning potential. So we see one generator pop in the distance. I believe that was a gen Meds, and one of the other survivors were doubling. So we have one generator completed already for Experience, and almost a hit onto Evixu here, our Dwight player, but Ender just narrowly misses that, and I think he knows he's going to go down, so trying to die as much inside the corner as they can. And are they doubling this? Tripling? No, they're doubling. Okay. Meds is singling a gen, and then Para and the ace player here are doubling. So we're seeing a lot of doubling right now. Pain Res happens on this double. And let's see where Ender decides to go. Does spot the two survivors doubling the middle gen by the rock. And Ender does not hit this dash, but he does position in a way that denies main building for tap. So it's very good. Gonna apply a kick onto this. That will be minus 5%. And Ender can kind of just hold cross right here while he's standing on top of the rock. Pretty much able to see everything from this area. And it does catch Ace rotating on the bottom side near Shack. Suspects that they might be going for unhook, or maybe that they're bait. Ender is playing very carefully around this hook. And most likely we're going to see somebody pressuring that high progress gen while one person comes to unhook. I do want to see how these survivors are positioning. We have one working main, one working Shack, and Med's actually working this. Okay, they're actually, they changed their minds. They're going to let Dwight hit stage 2 on this hook, which honestly is a fine decision. I think they either need to last second trade so the stage 2 doesn't happen, or they can just skip hooking, or skip on hooking entirely and just get a bunch of generator progress, and it looks like they're doing that. So not bad, as long as this person gets off the hook and can have a decent chase, or maybe if they can get a For the People off, that would be good. Meds right here, the Hanatu, is our For the People player, so if they're able to get the For the People onto Dwight, that would be pretty massive and keep the tunnel alive for a little longer. And we do see 3 separate generators that have a good amount of progress. I think what's happening here is... Oh, never mind, I was going to say one of them is going to 1-for-1 and let Meds For the People after, but we're just seeing them stick the gens. Honestly, probably the best decision because they do have a lot of time left. I am going to remind everyone, this is now, in Dead by Daylight now, there are 70-second hook stage timers, so people are able to let their teammates sit on the hook and just do gens for a little bit longer before they go in for the rescue, and we see Experience doing just that, but it's looking more and more like they're just going to let them die. I don't see anybody going in for this. Ace isn't going in. Tap is just getting on a gen. Meds is finishing their gen. They're just letting this person die on first hook. That does surprise me a little bit. I did think they would pull this last second before the death, but they just let them die. So it's 3 hooks and 3 generators done. 4 generators done. So, I mean, this game plan could work as long as they have more generator progress than this. If they have another generator that has at least some progress other than Shack here, then they are in a fine spot. Letting that die isn't the worst idea if they have gen progress to show for it. Ender does get a nice hit there at Shack, and is going to not commit to this chase. No, he is committing. Ender was suspicious that somebody would pick up Shack for Ace as soon as this chase got taken away, but they're actually doubling another gen, and he finds him. That was actually probably a nasty hit, and I missed it. I'm sorry, Ender. I just wanted to see where they were. But we do have Meds taking the chase here inside of main. And Ender's leaving. He's being very defensive with his gens. He knows that these 2 generators are pretty high progress. And I will say, I am allowed to say it now, we are pretty late into the game. Ender does have no ed. Keep that in mind, Ender does have no ed. So all he's got to do is confirm 6 stages 4 fresh or a total of 7 hook stages. So this ace energy here is going to be the adrenaline survivor, so they make a lot of distance. But ideally, Ender wants to find really anyone. They're all fresh. They're all fresh actually. But if he does find one of them and they just die on hook, that'll be 6 stages 2 fresh. And Meds is playing around this rock very well. Yeah, it'll be 6 stages 2 fresh if that happens. And in that case, I believe it would be Experience who takes it, because Experience, I'm sorry, it took me a second to process that. Experience got 3 fresh hooks. So if Ender ends this with only 2 fresh hooks, that will actually be a win for Experience. But they do cleanse Noed. Noed is gone. So they can definitely save this with 3 survivors left. There's a door over here, but at the same time, they don't need to. They can just leave, and it'll be 6 stages 2 fresh, and that will be a win for Experience. And I think they know that. Yep, they're not even going to try and save. There's no point. So 6 stages for both of these matches, but only 2 fresh hooks got awarded to Ender versus the 3 for Meds. So Experience will actually take set 1. Set 1 winner will be Experience. They won just by one fresh hook. So that will take us into our next matchup. And I believe the next set for this, if you give me 2 seconds here, I kind of forgot what it was. The next killer is... Where is it? Why can't I find it? It's actually going to be unknown. Okay, I'm sorry. I couldn't find that for a little while, but it's going to be unknown. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll go into set 2 of Rotting Pair versus Experience with unknown as the killer. So we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're here with the second set of Rotting Pear versus Experience. This time we have Unknown, and we have Rotting Pear killing first, Ender representing Rotting Pear, and let's see, pretty standard build. We have Corrupt, Agitation, and Pain Res. Pretty good stuff. Helps with the early game, blocking some gens, and Agitation will help with some hook positioning, and of course Pain Resonance will help keep the generator regression up. So that'll be pretty good. Standard build, exactly what I'd expect. Not cooking with any crazy hex builds. I do see a lot of Unknown players run a lot of hexes like Ruin and Undying, Pensamento, and all that stuff. But Ender is opting for a more standard Unknown build, not taking as many risks, no hexes, and it'll still be pretty good. We'll see how it goes. We do see the first chase on a Para here, and Ender is going to get this hit on the LT wall most likely. Very good, and Para messed up the pathing a little bit. I don't think they're going to make it anywhere, and they go down. That is a very early first down. They don't have a lot of gen progress. They have one gen at 50, and it looks like that's just about it. I will say, I did see the chase start in the HUD, so I do not believe we have a chase bug happening right now, but I was not getting chase music on the killer side, so I apologize if that continues throughout the course of this game. If there's no chase music, then there's still chase music, but it does not appear to be a bug in-game. The chase does appear in the HUD, so we should be okay on that front. Okay, I'm being told Unknown is bugged with this chase sometimes, so hopefully it's not a huge deal for viewers, but on gameplay, it doesn't seem to have any bad implications. We do see Dwight here, about to pop this generator, kind of like near Shack-ish, between Shack and main. And that generator by Para at the hook is regressing, and Meds is working this gen like top mid, right outside main here. And Experience last match had no problem letting their teammates hit stage 2 or even dying for a hook. They had no problem doing that. I think they perfectly represented gens before friends. So I feel like we might see something similar to that this match. Meds is taking that gen on top mid. Energy is doing this gen on the side by this pallet gym. And Dwight here is starting main. So they are just the gens before friends team. And you know, sometimes it makes sense. I do think that saving before stage 2 and letting them hit second or die on hook, they can both be good plays as long as you have the generator progress to show for leaving them to die on hook. I think they're both valid, so we'll have to see if Experience pulls this off correctly. And this Dwight player is doing very good in chase here, dodges the M2, and forces an M1 there, and is no longer weakened, so they can live a little while longer in chase, and does a very good job at dodging that UVX blast. Meds is still working this generator, maybe rotated for the save, but came back. And that top mid is about 70%, and Energy pops this one. So this is very smart. They rotate the injured Dwight to do the top mid gen, while Meds comes in here and pulls. So they don't want to send the injured survivor to unhook because that would be very dangerous. And Meds comes in at a perfect time because he's able to get that almost for free. He took a weekend for it, but he tried to for the people, and I think they messed up. Maybe Para pressed shift by accident or tried to run too early, and that is a game-changing mistake. They tried to for the people off the hook, but they messed up some kind of timing. I think Para maybe tried to move a little bit early or something like that. The for the people did not trigger, so Para is now dead, and Meds got injured for it. So that is very massive for Ender. That was a really big blunder by Energy, or sorry, not Energy, by Experience. A very small mistake, very easy for that to happen, but that had such a big impact on the game. Now it's a 3v1 with 2 gens remaining. Ender is definitely on pace to 4K if he can find somebody soon. He does spot out Energy near Shack here. Does miss a UVX blast. And Ender does decide to commit to this chase in check. He knows that there isn't much more generator progress to be seen, and unfortunate, his UVX blast kind of hit the locker inside of Shack, so it didn't reach as far as he wanted it to. But Ender is going to instead chase Dwight here, and he makes this window pretty easily, and Ender is going to decide not to chase this. Ooh, missed skill check maybe on this gen by Meds. And again, I do apologize for the sound bugs right now to the stream. the weakened sound effect is just permanently here. Okay, now it's gone. I just had to complain about it, and then it went away. But yeah, I apologize if that was frustrating for anybody. Just some buggy spectator things. But Meds is over here taking chase at this LT wall, holding these checks really well, and actually holds W at the perfect time. He knew he had distance and can get some free distance and doesn't even take an injury or a weakened for it. So Meds gets out of that unscathed. And Energy has a good amount of progress, maybe around 30-40% on this gen by, I believe, Water Tower. And Dwight was also working main, had some progress on that. Let's see, about, yep, 30%. So we'll see how Ender does in this chase. I do think if he's able to get this down really quickly, that could be the momentum he needs back. He capitalized on that mistake and got the tunnel out on Para pretty early, but has kind of lost some pressure since then. Hasn't been able to land any downs or get a lot of tags or anything, so it did slow down a little bit. The survivors are in position where they can maybe try to make a comeback and get these gens done. But we'll just see. This can go either way. This is definitely still anyone's game. And, ooh, Meds just barely makes that window. Ender whiffs and does not get that tag. Good vault by Meds. Unfortunately, does still get hit there. Does take the tag and pre-drops this eye palette. Does play it extra safe. And he does notice that the hallucination is in the tile, so he's actually just going to leave. He doesn't want to play the tile and get hit by Ender after he teleports. And Ender is using the blurry photo add-on, so he does regain control of his character a lot quicker after teleports, which makes those teleport plays at tiles even more deadly. And oh my god, insane pathing from Meds, and he actually gets away with that. He tied in that corner of the locker so well and made that window. The survivors came back from this so perfectly. That's the 5th generator popping right now. After that mistake on the hook for the people, I did not think that Experience would be getting outs here, much less like multiple outs. This was such a great comeback. And especially with the killer like Unknown, who can double hit with the UVX off hook, I don't think we're going to see Experience try and save this. This is a very respectable result. They can get 6 stages 2 fresh if they take this and leave. And Energy does get weakened there, but he does cleanse his weakened before that one comes in. So he's actually not going to be injured just yet. Now takes an injury and is running towards the water tower here. And second to win off hook for Meds, so they'll be healthy pretty soon. And Energy's pretty dead here. Oh my gosh, Ender went for the M2, and now Energy gets the window. I thought that was certain death for Energy. I think Energy would be dead if Ender canceled the M2 and just M1'd. But still, definitely very good by Energy, buying a lot of time for his team and able to delay it down by quite a long time. And Ender's just going to pick. Ender knows that Energy is fresh, but hooking very close to the store. I would say this is very bad for Ender if the store is 99, or even better if it was fully open, but it's not. So that's going to be an extra hook stage for Ender that actually ended up working out kind of well. So in total, this will be, let me do some quick maths, that'll be 7 stages. I think 7 stages, 3 fresh. Because we'll get 5 stages outdoor. Yep, that will be 7 stages, 3 fresh for Ender. And that's kind of a result that's like pretty even down the middle. It's not a very low stage game, but it's also definitely beatable for the other side. So we'll see how Running Pair does on the Survivor side. Their win condition would be to get all the gens done and get out with 6 hooks or less. If they get 7 hooks, that will be tie. Or if they are able, actually 7 hooks 2 fresh isn't possible because that just doesn't work. So yeah, 7 hooks 3 fresh will be tie. And if the Rotting Pair survivors are able to get out with 6 stages or less, that'll be win. So we'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break and we're going to switch sides. So stay tuned and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're here with potentially the last match of the day. We have Rotting Pair versus Experience in the unknown set here. And who do we have killing again for Experience? We have Para. Okay, Para is here killing for Experience, and the win condition is just going to be either 8 hook stages or 7 hooks for Fresh. So definitely doable for Para. And we do see a slightly different build. We see Corrupt Intervention and Pain Resonance, like we saw from Ender last match, but we also see Ruin. So if Para has some good hallucination spawns around the map and is able to get some downs and tags and go around the map and spread pressure, he can get really good value from Ruin, but also just completely depends on the playstyle, so we'll see how this goes. We do have the first chase coming in on Ryuk, who is now injured and weakened, so this first down can come in pretty early. The UVX bounced in a way that Para didn't expect, but Ryuk did mess up their positioning a little bit, and they do take that down. So it doesn't really matter that much. Para will still get that down one way or another, and he's actually going to slug this and play for a tag onto Scrimmy. And I was going to say we're most likely going to see Para pick up now, but Scrimmy kind of went back towards the slug, so Para can keep them on the ground and continue the chase onto Scrimmy, who appears to have Lucky Break. Definitely Lucky Break. And good play by Scrimmy, taking it wide, and does not give a UVX shot through the wall. And Scrimmy does go down. Ryuk does get picked up in the distance, but that did force a rotation from one of the other survivors. So that is less time on gens, and this will be the first hook coming in onto Scrimmy. And it looks like it will be in basement. And we do see one generator pop in the distance. That must have been Brownie? No, that was Ender? Yeah, Ender popped that first gen. So Ender's over here, and we do see Brownie and Ryuk doubling this gen over here. And Ender is starting his own solo gen on main side. And let's see some from the some of this from Para's POV. We do see him coming over here near the totem, maybe checking and see if anyone's cleansing, and does find Ryuk over here. Does not land that UVX shot, and Ryuk does a very good pallet fake and wins that one. So Ryuk doesn't take a down or an infection, but Brownie is being overly aggressive on this gen here, working it right next to the chase, and it gives Para a pretty free tag for that. That might come back in and bite the pairs. Yep, that will be a down onto Brownie, and I think we're gonna see Para go back to his basement hook. Their teleport may be on cooldown, but nope, I was wrong. They're not going back to basement. They will instead go and chase Ryuk here. They do have the very strong God Rock filler, so Ryuk, if they play this well, they can definitely last a little while here. But Para here is on hook and has a teleport right at the top of basement stairs, so that's amazing. They can come right back and get this tunnel up. Scrimmy does good, drops track pretty early there, and makes it so Para has to break it, and Scrimmy does get rid of their weekend. But Scrimmy is now death hook. Oh wait, no, Scrimmy did not hit stage 2. I thought they did, but that's only one hook. Never mind. Scrimmy is not in danger of dying. They must have pulled right before he hit stage 2. So Scrimmy has only been hooked one time. And might be going down here. Yep, very good UVX from Para. And Para is going to keep slugging and going for, looks like, Ender? Yep, this is Ender right here. Ender does dodge a UVX shot, so they aren't going down just yet. And they do clear their weekend, so we are likely going to see Para go back and just pick up Scrimmy. And they see the reset, so I believe they are confident nobody's here for a pallet save. And this is very good for Para if this is a pain res. Yep, that is a pain resonance, and that's Scrimmy on their second hook. So right now we have 2 hooks for Experience, and we have 1 generator completed for Rotting Pair. So far, so good for Para. They're definitely on pace to meet this win condition. And it looks like Brownie will be getting tagged here. And looked like a little hesitant about where he wanted to path to. Maybe he wanted to go for the 1-for-1 and change his mind and end up kind of running back into him. But I do think that may have been something that they maybe were hesitant about in the comms. Maybe they told him to go away. Not completely sure. And it looks like this tunnel is happening right now. Para does not care about Ryuk and instead is chasing their tunnel out target, which is Scrimmy. And this is certain death. Yep, you can't really avoid that at this range. You can guarantee the hit with the bounce, pretty much. And Ryok is playing aggressively for this pallet save. But 2 people are on the ground. Ryuk gets tagged, and Ender has to go and pick up Brownie. And we have Ruin up. These generators will be regressing. Ender actually does stick the gen and doesn't let Ruin do work on his while he rotated, but that just means it'll take longer for Brownie to get up, and Para might be able to interrupt that. He has a teleport near Brownie's slug. We might see him go right back. Yep, we see that right now. And Ender does get the pickup, but one of them is going down. Oh, Para short swings a little bit, but Ender doesn't make that. They still go down. Doesn't matter too much. And this is a very good position for Para. That is now 3 hook stages. That is almost half of the win condition. We're going on hook stage number 4 now. And the survivors are definitely going to have to go for a reset here. Staying injured is... Oh no. Did Brownie accidentally let go? I can't tell if Brownie accidentally let go, or maybe he just doesn't know, but if you start dispelling a hallucination and then you let go, you get weakened instantly. So now Brownie is also weakened. If he gets caught out, he can very quickly get tapped by UVX Blast and go down. And Para does have a generator next to this hook. Regressing, and oh, Ryok gets caught doing the dispel on the hallucination and gets weakened. And this is so huge for Para. Both survivors are injured and weakened with another one on the hook. Good body block from Para, misses the UVX, but does deny the pallet. And Brownie is coming in for this unhook. But we might see a snipe. Is he going to get sniped? He is infected, or weakened. Para knows that they're pathing through this Ormentile and going towards Shack. Very good teleport by Para. And we do not see the hit come in just yet. Brownie's doing pretty well avoiding this UVX, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to get this unhook if this UVX comes in. Yep, that is a huge result. Oof. A lot of the time, these matchups were pretty close, but Para just snowballed so hard here. Ruin was up the whole game, and this tunnel out happened a lot earlier than Rotting Pair probably would have liked it to. I don't think we saw any further people play or anything like that. So this tunnel out happened really early, and yeah, Para just snowballed there. That was very well played, and Rotting Pair put up a really good fight. This is a very good matchup to watch, but unfortunately for Rotting Pair, experience does get the better of them in the best of 3. So that will be it. Experience will progress in the bracket, and I believe Rotting Pair is out. But again, Rotting Pair did super well in this tournament, especially for the most part, being pretty much like a pug. They weren't an official team. They kind of just got a few friends together and got a couple people, so they did very well here. I think Rotting Pair put up a hell of a fight, and it was really fun watching some of these games. But that is the last matchup for today. That is all we have. But I will take a quick second before you guys go. I do want to mention again that if you do like what you're watching, I do stream pretty often here, a couple times a week. So if you feel like you want to watch some more of this stuff and you want to follow, I'd greatly appreciate that. And I will leave a link to my Discord real quick, as well as a link to Dwight's Tournament Discord. So if you really like the tournament, you can keep up with the tournament and all that stuff. So I'll drop that in the chat right now. But thank you all so much for watching. And I appreciate all the support you guys have given. It's been really fun streaming this tournament this weekend. We will be back next Saturday for the second weekend. And by Sunday evening at the latest, we will have the final winner of the tournament selected. So I did have the Discord and the Discord link for myself, as well as Dwight's Tournament there. And I am going to raid out to somebody here. We do have Bucketman streaming his part of the tournament. I'm not sure exactly how much longer it'll go. I do believe this is last game. So, yeah, I think this is last game. Actually, Bucket's going to end pretty soon here as well. But I'm going to go ahead and raid out to him. And he might stay alive after it. Not really sure. But I will raid out to Bucketman. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll be back next Saturday. Yep. Have a good night, everyone. Appreciate you all. It's been fun.